Alright, guys, we are streaming a bit early because we have these live aerials coming in from Houston, Texas. A massive, massive fire. I mean, it looks like it won't be ending for quite a while. We're getting these live aerials in courtesy of our Fox station out in Houston. Their Sky Fox Chopper. We'll continue to bring you these live aerials here on Fox 10 News Now. Yeah, guys, you are looking at live aerials of a massive, massive fire in Houston, Texas. I'm going to go ahead and try to find more information for you regarding this fire. I'm hearing reports from journalists out in Houston. They're describing it as a hazmat fire, a warehouse complex fire in Houston. 4-alarm fire burns a business in West Houston. Some people saying it's a 3-alarm fire. I'm just reading information off of Twitter right now. It is a commercial building, a warehouse building in Houston, Texas. Quite massive. We have this live feed coming in, courtesy of our Fox affiliate out there. We are working to get you guys any new information we have right now. We have very limited information. Again, live images coming out of Houston. Hello, everyone. We were just sorting out some technical difficulties. So, if you've been with us this whole time, thank you. If you're just joining us, welcome. We are streaming live coverage of this massive fire in Houston, Texas. We know it is a commercial building described as a warehouse fire. Don't have a lot of other information right now. Everything that I know right now is coming in from Twitter, coming in from reporters out in Houston. It is a warehouse complex. It has sent towering black smoke all over the city. This is in West Houston. It's a hazmat situation. What's really interesting I'm seeing on Twitter is that, let me see if I can pull this up for you guys. You can actually see the smoke on the radar that usually tracks rain and clouds and things like that. You can actually see the smoke. Let me go ahead and pull this up for you because it's a really interesting graphic that someone tweeted from out there. So let's go ahead and show that to you. Isn't that crazy? West Houston, there's a big blob. Nope, that's not rain. That is the smoke in the air, as seen right here. That tweet coming from a Fox reporter actually out in Virginia. He was tweeting that photo. Pretty interesting. Again, guys, you're looking at live aerials of a massive fire, or what was once a massive fire in Houston, Texas. Very crazy. We've been getting these live aerials in for over an hour. In the very beginning, you could just see how massive these flames were. In fact, it was so massive that the smoke could be seen on the radar. If you go ahead and look at this image that was tweeted from a Fox reporter in Virginia, you can just see how crazy that is right there. Smoke actually on the radar. Now you're looking at a live image of that fire. Again, these aerials coming out of Houston, Texas.
Not a lot to say today, I guess. Then we'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission recommend approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to approve all those items on the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll give that. Let's continue with the regular agenda. Mr. Jar, would you please read the one case on our regular agenda item, or shall we wait just a few minutes?
Maybe let them clear and then Rachel will proceed.
Let's let him, oh, Rachel, you're going to read this one? Mm-hmm. Let's give it a minute or two for him to. Thank you all for coming today. All right, HR, why don't you go ahead and read agenda item number 6.
Mr. Chairman, was it something you said or?
Yeah, I don't know.
Anything happened?
Okay, good. That's good.
Chairman Arnett and members of the Commission, Case Z 2016-014 is a request for a special use permit for the McMichael property for an operation of a residential group home facility in the R18 zoning district. The owner has applied with Arizona Department of Child Safety to operate a child welfare agency with a maximum of 5 minors. The facility will provide housing for minors that are wards of the state of Arizona due to allegations of neglect and abuse. There are
He was exhausted but determined.
Or am I the worst? Not the worst.
I tweeted it like crazy.
Are you gonna make news here and are you gonna go crazy on this? Oh, yes, thank you very much. Music, glass. No, no.
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that, actually. And journalists in this quarter for it.
Amen to that.
You'll be missed.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you all. We got a couple of quick comments at the top before we get to your questions. As we've discussed in here many times, America's economy continues to come back strong, creating 14.4 million private sector jobs over the longest streak of job growth on record, 73 consecutive months. But too many Americans still aren't sharing in the benefits of that economic progress as much as they should be. One reason for that is that too often large corporations are stifling fair competition and stacking the deck against workers, entrepreneurs, and consumers. I want to highlight important pieces of progress today toward addressing these kinds of unfair practices. First, mandatory arbitration clauses and the improper use of what are called non-compete agreements. First, the Independent Consumer Financial Protection Bureau today put out a new proposal that is designed to crack down on the use of mandatory arbitration clauses. In recent years, many financial products, from bank accounts to credit cards, have found a way to avoid accountability by burying mandatory arbitration clauses deep in the fine print of hundreds of millions of contracts. These clauses force consumers to basically, on their own, take on large, well-resourced companies when their rights are violated. Mandatory arbitration clauses deny consumers the ability to join their resources, band together with others who have been harmed, and get their day in court. That's just not fair. Today's action is yet another example of the important work that's being done every day at the CFPB. You'll recall that the CFPB was created by the Wall Street reform legislation that the president aggressively pushed and happily signed into law back in 2010. In addition to writing stronger rules of the road for mortgages, credit cards, and student loans through enforcement actions, the Bureau has put nearly $11 billion, with a B, $11 billion back in the pockets of more than 25 million consumers who've been harmed by illegal practices. That's why the president fought so hard to create a strong CFPB, and that's why it's so appalling that Republicans in Congress have proposed to repeal the CFPB in their budget. While appalling, it's not particularly surprising when you consider where Republicans get a significant portion of their campaign contributions. Also today, the White House released a report underscoring the need to reform the use of non-compete agreements, which deny workers the ability to leave a company and go work for another company in the same industry. Something that all of you, I assume, might take a little notice of. Far too often, just try to, I know my audience, Kevin. Far too often these agreements aren't credibly protecting trade secrets. Instead, they're unnecessary roadblocks for workers trying to get a raise, move up by joining another employer, or even start their own company. Nearly 1 in 5 workers, including 14% of low-wage workers, are subject to them. That holds down their bargaining power and their wages. In the coming months, we will build on examples of states that have taken actions highlighted in the report and put forward possible options for reform. We'll certainly encourage more states to take action and to make sure employers are treating their employees fairly. The President knows that the best way to make sure everyone shares in our economic success is through healthy competition and stronger protections that guarantee consumers are treated fairly. That's what today's actions to combat both of these unfair practices are all about. So with that, Kathleen, let's go to your questions.
Okay. I'm going to go back to something you said yesterday, if I could,
Okay.
on some of your reaction to the elections on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you didn't think that the Democratic primary would go to a contested convention, and I just wanted to sort of put a finer point on it, if I could. Does that mean that you think that Hillary Clinton will win the necessary delegates before the convention? That's what you're saying?
Well, I think what I was alluding to is that there's been a lot of analysis that's been conducted about the trajectory of the campaigns, and that was merely a commentary on the reporting out there that's conducted an analysis. I haven't conducted an analysis. The White House hasn't conducted that analysis. I'm just pointing out that most people who have taken a close look at this do not expect there to be a contested Democratic convention.
So, is the White House, you said it's the analysis, is the White House has no opinion of whether or not Bernie Sanders remains in the race until the...
Look, as I've said many times, it's the responsibility of these individual candidates to make decisions about how to conduct their campaigns, and ultimately that's what they'll do.
So if we take Senator Sanders at his word and he's going to stay in the very end, it looks like at least for the next maybe 6 weeks, Hillary Clinton will be hit by Donald Trump on one side and by Senator Sanders on the other. And I'm wondering what the president thinks about that situation. Is that good for the Democratic Party, as he has often said, and if anyone in the White House is interested in trying to mitigate the damage that might do to her candidacy?
Well, I think what I can say is that the president certainly does envision a scenario where he will be strongly advocating for the Democratic nominee for president. And part of the case that he will make will be the importance of Democrats coming together behind our nominee. But look, the president's interest in this is primarily rooted in his desire to see a successor who's committed to building on the progress that we've made over the last 8 years. That progress has been notable. And the president will have a strong case to make when he begins making that case. But we haven't reached the general election yet, but the president will not be shy about making that argument when we do.
And privately, is anyone in the White House working to talk to the campaigns about how the next 6 weeks are going to go?
I don't have any private conversations to discuss from here today.
And then I wanted to turn to the Justice Department letter to officials in North Carolina on the transgender law there.
Mm-hmm.
Is it accurate to assume that that's a sign that a lawsuit is coming? It sounds like officials in North Carolina aren't backing down in any way. And was it also meant to send a signal to other states that have had similar pieces of legislation, possibly Mississippi?
The decision to pursue that enforcement action and to notify the state of North Carolina that the Justice Department intended to pursue that enforcement action was a decision that was made at the Justice Department. These kinds of enforcement actions are made independent of any sort of political interference or direction from the White House. So as we have discussed before, the White House, as a matter of policy, has been in discussions with a number of federal agencies, including the Department of Justice, about what potential impact this law could have on programs that are funded in individual states by the federal government. But when it comes to enforcement actions, those are decisions that are made entirely by attorneys at the Department of Justice.
So has the White House been updated on this agency review process that you just mentioned, and should we expect similar announcements coming soon?
Well, I wouldn't expect any announcements anytime soon, but at least that I'm aware of. But yes, the White House does continue to coordinate among the agencies that are taking a look at this. And look, the agencies themselves have acknowledged that the passage of this law does raise questions about certain programs that are funded by the federal government through these individual agencies. And there are a range of legal questions and policy questions that have emerged. They're being carefully considered by individual agencies. The Department of Justice, given the legal questions that are raised, has been involved in that review. And given the need to coordinate the policy questions that have been raised across agencies, the White House has been involved too. But I'm not aware of any impending decisions. And all of that, of course, is separate from the enforcement decision that was made by the Department of Justice and announced just yesterday.
Okay, and then just last one on the ceasefire in Aleppo. Can you give us the White House assessment of how that appears to be holding? And there was some discrepancy about exactly when it started and when it began. Can you settle that in any way?
My understanding is that this was the refreshing of the cessation of hostilities in and around Aleppo was slated to take effect yesterday at midnight Damascus time. Since then, we have seen a reduction in the frequency and intensity of violence in that area of the country. But we do continue to be concerned about some violations, even in that area, that continue. But there are also other places in the country where we have not seen the steadfast commitment to the cessation of hostilities that both the regime and opposition have signed on to. So, we continue to make a strong case that that all sides benefit from the conscientious implementation of the cessation of hostilities. One obvious benefit is that it creates an opening for international aid workers to provide much-needed humanitarian relief to civilians who've been caught in the crossfire. And I don't know that that there's been enough of an opening created in Aleppo thus far to deliver that humanitarian relief, but certainly there is widespread interest in the international community in that taking place. And that certainly is part of what motivates our interest in making the implementation of cessation of hostilities a top priority.
So is there an effort to extend this one?
Secondly, to kind of put things into perspective, there will come a day when myself and those who want this water district won't be here anymore. And last time I checked, that mortality rate's still running at 100%. So we're not going to be here. So the vision that we're trying to establish, this vision for forming the water district, is to leave it better than when we got here. I know right now, when I moved in 2006, and I look at our system now, I'm not leaving it better. And that concerns me because that next generation has to carry that on. So the vision is, let's take that and then take that vision and pass it on to the next group of leaders who will lead after us so that we can maintain this system because we're not always going to be here. We have wonderful people who've done a good job, and I think you just heard from one of them. And I don't see the animosity. I believe we love our neighbors as ourselves. These issues bring conflict. I agree with that. But sometimes conflict is needed and sometimes conflict is good. And I think this is a situation where it is good. So speaking on behalf of those in favor, we simply ask the board to allow us to move forward with this process so we can leave it better. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Daniel. Before I look to my right here, Kathy Alleman is here today and does not wish to speak, only if necessary, and she is in favor of this issue. All right, so I'll look over to, this is in District 2, and Supervisor Chukri's name was mentioned, so I'm sure he appreciates that, but Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Clerk, I know that we've talked about this, and my office has worked on this issue. I know for a fact that Supervisor Konasik and Supervisor Barney and myself, we've all grown up on irrigated lots in the East Valley, and I hear what Mr. Stadling saying and don't disagree in many forms of the nuances associated with irrigation. Somehow in my family, I always got tapped with the 3 o'clock a.m., having to go and turn on the standpipe and get the
violence in their home country. So there's no denying that Turkey has been an important partner and made a valuable contribution to our broader counter-ISIL effort. But as we often do, we regularly remind Turkish authorities to ensure that their actions uphold the universal democratic values that are enshrined in Turkey's constitution. Those values are not just enshrined in Turkey's constitution, they're enshrined in the United States Constitution as well. And these are the kinds of values that we advocate for around the world. And particularly when it comes to questions about things like freedom of speech and freedom of the press, we've had specific concerns that we have raised with the Turks. We won't hesitate to do so in the future, but it has not affected our ability to work together with our NATO allies in Turkey to implement a strategy to degrade and ultimately destroy ISIL.
Are you concerned, and that last piece sort of addresses this, but more specifically, are you concerned that the concentration of power in the office of the presidency in Turkey, specifically President Erdogan, has gone too far?
Well, at this point, I wouldn't render a judgment about what potential political impact the Prime Minister's resignation may have. You know, what we're focused on is continuing to effectively cooperate with our ally to degrade and destroy ISIL. And that's not going to prevent us from raising concerns, or in some cases even outright objections, about the way the government observes the universal democratic values that are enshrined in their constitution.
All right, and then moving south, what is the White House's reaction to the latest developments in Brazil, where the a Supreme Court justice suspended the Speaker of the House, or the Speaker of the lower house of Congress, who is one of the main rivals to President Rousseff?
I was not aware of that latest development. I think what is clear from the coverage that we've seen over the last several months in Brazil, that there's a very challenging political environment that country's leaders are trying to navigate. And it certainly comes at a difficult time for Brazil, given the economic challenges facing the country and given the international spotlight on the country and during the summer's Olympics. But as the president said in Argentina 6 weeks ago, Brazil has a developed democracy. They've got sturdy democratic institutions that should be able to effectively deal with these challenges and ensure that the concerns that have been raised are properly adjudicated. As with any democracy, that will take some time. There will be some bumps along the road, but the democratic institutions in Brazil are sturdy and should be up to the test of weathering this difficult political situation. Okay? Kenneth.
Thank you, Josh. Once a presidential candidate receives his or her party's nomination, it's a tradition for them to receive classified intelligence briefings, as I'm sure you know.
Mm-hmm.
So Donald Trump has promoted numerous conspiracy theories. He has quoted the National Enquirer. He's gone to Twitter to make what some would see as unfiltered statements. So is this White House concerned about Donald Trump getting those classified briefings? And also, is he hesitant to approve that?
Well, Kenneth, I know that Director Clapper, the director of the Office of National Intelligence, has spoken to this a little bit already. What Director Clapper has indicated is that the intelligence community typically begins providing those briefings after the party nomination conventions have occurred. And I would expect that would take place in this instance this year as well. The decisions about how and whether and when and what to brief to the presidential nominees is something that will be made, is a decision that will be made by our intelligence professionals. They are committed to fulfilling the spirit of this bipartisan or even nonpartisan cooperation when it comes to sensitive national security issues. At the same time, they also will carry out those activities consistent with their understanding about treating this information sensitively. And the President has full confidence in the ability of Director Clapper and the professionals in his office to carry out these responsibilities appropriately.
But no comment on whether the President would be confident or feel comfortable with Donald Trump getting intelligence briefings?
Those are assessments that will have to be made by the intelligence community, and the President has full confidence in the ability of our professionals in the intelligence community to make those assessments.
Joshua, Merrick Garland, now that there are some GOP senators who have came out and said, we will not support Donald Trump, is the White House now trying to approach those senators to say, to push Merrick Garland through a little faster, maybe get him a hearing, maybe get them on your side?
Well, we certainly have made a case to all 100 senators that they have a basic responsibility that's dictated by the Constitution, whether they're on our side or not. And right now, we've seen too many Republican senators indicate that they're not fulfilled to do that they're not prepared to do their job, that they're not prepared to fulfill their basic constitutional responsibility. That's a tough position for them to be in, particularly because their explanation is not that they have legitimate substantive concerns with Chief Judge Merrick Garland. After all, Chief Judge Garland has served for 19 years on the second highest court in the land. He's got more federal judicial experience than any other Supreme Court nominee in American history. And just yesterday, the Congressional Research Service issued a report that confirms what you've heard me say many times. The Research Service wrote that, quote, Judge Garland has been widely viewed as a meticulous and cautious jurist, writing with precision, and an eye toward ensuring that the court does not overreach in any particular case. It's that approach to doing his job that has prompted even Republican senators to describe Chief Judge Garland as a consensus nominee. I suspect it's also part of what prompted the chairman of the Judiciary Committee to acknowledge that by not doing their job, Republicans in the Senate were taking, quote, a gamble. Republicans are rolling the dice with the Supreme Court because they have an opportunity to carefully consider a nominee that the president has put forward, that Republicans themselves acknowledge is a consensus nominee, that he has an approach to the law that is entirely consistent with what Democrats and Republicans would like to see in a Supreme Court justice. That's not just my opinion. That actually is the opinion that's articulated by Ted Olson, who was appointed by President George W. Bush to represent the United States before the Supreme Court. He's a conservative. He's a lawyer who knows a lot about the Supreme Court. And even he has described Chief Judge Garland as somebody who is exactly what Americans need on the Supreme Court. But ultimately, I don't think the American people are comfortable with Republicans rolling the dice with the Supreme Court. They're not comfortable with this gamble. What they would like Republicans in the Senate to do is simply their job, fulfill their basic constitutional responsibility. As long as they're picking up a paycheck, they might as well do what their constituents sent them to Washington to do. And unfortunately, too many Republicans are saying, well, I'm not going to do what my constituents sent me to do. I'm just going to follow the instructions of the Republican leader in the United States Senate. That may be their explanation, but I'm not sure that's one that's going to fly with their constituents. All right. Cheryl.
Thanks, Josh. This morning, the FDA released a rule to regulate more tobacco products. And I'm wondering if the president would veto any bill or rider that would exempt the e-cigarettes from that.
Well, the FDA did make an important announcement today. And obviously, while we have made important progress over the last 50 years in reducing smoking rates, The fact is that smoking continues to be a leading cause of preventable death in the United States. About 1 in every 5 deaths each year can be traced back to tobacco products. So that's why the scientists at the FDA have taken steps to further regulate tobacco products, particularly as it relates to the ability of kids under the age of 18 getting their hands on them. So this is a common sense proposal, carefully considered by the FDA. I know many critics of this rule have suggested that this rule took too long to implement. I actually think it underscores the care and caution and concern that our scientists took in implementing this rule effectively and fairly. So, obviously this is something that our scientists believe would have a tangible impact on the basic public health and safety of the American people, particularly America's children. So that's obviously a good thing. I mean, I haven't seen any proposed riders. We've made clear that the president takes a very dim view of attaching ideological riders to appropriations bills. We've certainly indicated our strong opposition to those kinds of proposals in the past. But I'm not aware of anything that's been put together at this point. Okay? April.
Josh, a couple of questions on a couple different subjects. One, what is the concern from this White House about the party not coming together like it had in the past around convention time? Because there's a difference in the politics between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, and many of Bernie Sanders' followers may not be the traditional Democratic supporter.
Well, I don't think I would say that there's concern at this point for a variety of reasons. I think the most important of which is that you've heard the president say on many occasions that the differences between the Democratic nominees or Democratic candidates are not nearly as significant as the difference between Democratic candidates and the presumptive Republican nominee. The president said that on many occasions. So, and I suspect he'll have many opportunities in the future to make that case. But look, the president's view is that he's going to advocate strongly for a successor who's committed to building on the progress that our country has made under his leadership. And obviously the president's got a lot personally invested in those policies and in that progress. And he's going to certainly spend a decent portion of the fall here making a strong case that his successor should look to build on that progress.
Does the White House look at this potential fight leading up to the convention, or this separation still leading up to the convention, a problem in relation to fighting against the presumptive nominee who's already the presumptive nominee for the Republican Party? Is this an impediment to possibly gaining ground on Donald Trump?
Well, again, I think, again, based on what the president has said before, I think he feels quite confident in that Democrats will come together around a set of values that he himself has been advocating for the last 7 years. There's a reason that the president is the most popular politician in America, particularly among Democrats, that his approval rating is higher and his unfavorable rating is lower than among Democrats than anybody else in the country. That is a strong endorsement of the work that this president has done over the last 8 years or so. And that certainly is going to enhance the president's ability to make an argument to those very voters about the stakes in the election, about the need to elect somebody who will look to build on that progress.
And now I'm looking at the next subject. Now I'm looking forward to the weekend, Howard University. How does this administration view Howard as it relates to the president speaking this weekend?
Well, look, Howard University is one of the finest institutions of higher education in the country, and it certainly is a distinguished institution of higher learning that is among HBCUs. So the president's looking forward to visiting the university and speaking to the graduates. It'll be an opportunity for him to discuss the responsibility that the graduates have, not just to the African American community, but to the American people, to use their skills and their gifts to form a more perfect union. And there are a variety of ways that those distinguished graduates will be able to do that, whether that's serving in their community, whether that is serving in our military, or whether that is pursuing a profession and starting a new business, or being part of a remarkable scientific breakthrough that could have consequences for the health of millions of Americans, or the convenience of Americans through the use of new technology. So the future is quite bright for those graduates. And the President will talk about the sense of optimism that he has about their future and the country's future, but he certainly will not skim over the important responsibility that they have as well.
So the President is very well aware of the financial troubles that many HBCUs have been undergoing at this time. Is that one of the reasons why he chose Howard? It's the nation's first federally funded HBCU, and it's having some financial problems. Is that one of the reasons why he chose Howard as his last HBCU commencement address as president?
No, I don't think that's why he chose Howard. This is a distinguished class of graduates, and the President's got an important message to deliver to them.
And when you look back over the 8 years in HBCUs, what would you say the President has been able to contribute to the HBCUs and the HBCU community, which is vast in this nation?
Well, obviously the President has had an opportunity on at least a couple of occasions to speak to deliver the commencement address at HBCUs. The President's enjoyed that opportunity in the past, and he certainly is looking forward to Saturday's festivities. But as a policy matter, this administration has worked hard to significantly increase funding for students who attend HBCUs, but also to support HBCUs as institutions. The President believes those institutions have an important role to play in educating future generations of Americans, and this administration has been strongly supportive of it. I can provide you some more details here. I don't have them in front of me. We'll follow up with you. Michelle.
Now that a lot more of the detail has come out surrounding the death of a Navy SEAL in Iraq, that Special Forces were overwhelmed, that they had to call in more Navy SEALs, that they finally had to leave when they ran out of ammunition, the Peshmerga then had to take over. It's kind of a different line of questioning than, I mean, now that we know those details and just kind of how overwhelmed these guys were, even after they called in their own backups, does that raise concerns for you about the positioning of these special forces, given what their role is supposed to be and how prepared they are, or in this case, how prepared they weren't for something like this happening?
Yeah. Well, Michelle, I think for the most direct answer to this question, given the operational details that are included in it, I'd encourage you to check with the Department of Defense. Let me just say I'm not aware of any policy changes that are prompted as a result of this particular situation and the tragic death that resulted. The individuals, the service members who were in this situation were highly trained, they were well armed, and they were backed up by overwhelming military air power that did succeed in exacting many more casualties on ISIL targets, both fighters and equipment, than was sustained by American forces, to be sure. But there has been a recognition from the beginning that American service members serving our country in Iraq in a advise and assist mission are taking a significant risk. They are putting themselves in harm's way to protect our country, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. And it is at times like these, when we're mourning the death of a brave American service member, that we're reminded in rather vivid terms of their significant sacrifice. That certainly is not lost on the President, and I don't think it's lost on any American who has read the news coverage of this incident over the last couple of days. These individuals are are going to great lengths and assuming great personal risk for our freedom and for our safety. They do that so that we don't have to. And we owe them a debt of gratitude. The Commander-in-Chief certainly does not take lightly the commitment and patriotism of those brave Americans who are serving our country over in Iraq and Syria right now.
Knowing what happened, I mean, do these details bother you?
Well, what is clear is that it's a dangerous situation. What's also clear is that these are service members, these are Americans, these are patriots who are well trained. This is some of the best, these men and women are some of the best that our country has to offer. And they're performing a great service to our country.
I guess the concern is, though, that, you could say that this was a fluke situation where nobody really predicted what exactly would happen. Every situation is obviously different. But now that they're in those positions where they are closer to the battle, this was 2 miles away, but where they were and what they're doing now and the fact that more special forces are going over there, I feel like this may have been asked before, but I'm sort of asking it now in the context of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
That can we expect these kinds of firefights and unpredictable situations to happen more often now that more Americans are over there?
Well, I would say a couple things about that. The first is that any sort of military conflict like this is going to include a lot of unpredictability. That, for example, that's precisely why these individuals who are not in a combat mission are equipped for combat. So that if an unpredictable situation arises, they have the equipment and training and resources to defend themselves. As the Department of Defense has described the circumstances of the service member who was killed, he was actually part of the quick reaction force that was summoned to defend and help expedite the departure of Americans who were advising Peshmerga forces. I think that just the circumstances of this situation should illustrate the capabilities of the individuals who are involved. They're tremendous. These are well-trained, well-equipped American service members who are prepared to fight for their country and to keep us safe and to keep their fellow service members safe. What's also true is they have an enormous advantage in terms of being backed up by American military air power. And there were a number of United States military aircraft that responded to this situation, carried out a series of airstrikes that took some 50 ISIL fighters off the battlefield, destroyed a number of other vehicles, and took out other fighting positions that were maintained by ISIL terrorists. So, as tragic as this one particular death is, there were no other casualties that were reported by the Department of Defense. So this is, I think, a good illustration of just how dangerous this situation is. It's a reminder of how significant a debt of gratitude we owe our service members in Iraq and in Syria, but it is also a testament to our military planners that even in a situation as unpredictable as this one, the United States and our coalition partners were able to quickly mobilize the resources necessary to respond to a dangerous situation.
Okay. And just before the president went to Flint, you were asked here in the briefing and kind of drew some laughs as to whether the president would drink the Flint water. And you, just in the words you chose and your tone, you seemed kind of dismissive, and you called that a photo op, that you didn't know of any, that the president would take part in that kind of a photo op. But then he did it 3 times yesterday. And that seems like the kind of thing that the president doesn't usually like to do. That it really did seem like it was some kind of photo op. Well, why did the president feel like he wanted to drink the water 3 times and kind of make this big deal out of that?
Well, I actually think that for those of you who were at the pool spray yesterday in the briefing with federal officials, the president spoke for about 15 minutes or so and indicated that he was finished talking and that the pool could move on so we could move on to the next event. And it was actually reporters in the pool who said, "Mr. President, will you drink the water?" And so he did, acknowledging that he doesn't usually indulge them in these kinds of stunts. But in this case, he did in response to a specific request from a journalist.
it 2 more times, and he called it a stunt and said it wasn't a stunt, and then he's calling for the water and saying, "I'm thirsty," and where's the water? In
Yeah,
the glass?
there typically is a glass of water or tea underneath his podium when he's delivering a speech. It was not there yesterday when he was giving the speech, and I think, again, everybody who was listening carefully noticed that, 20 or 30 minutes into his remarks, he started coughing and asked for something to drink. I think
that wasn't from the water, was it?
No, this was before the water was provided.
Well, but after the pool spray where he drank the water the first time.
Oh,
Do you know what he was coughing from?
I think he was coughing from having spoken for 20 or 25 minutes in a row without having anything to drink.
He could have. I mean,
So I guess what I'd say is this: I would acknowledge that the president was indulging the photographers, in which he consumed water from Flint at the after the briefing with federal officials, but at the speech, the man was just thirsty.
Well, no, but he made it a point to say, "I don't want a bottle. I want a glass of water. Like, somebody bring me a glass of water." And he asked for it twice, and then at the end he also drank some. So I guess what I'm saying is, if you guys were kind of like calling this a photo op from the start, why did the president feel it was so important to keep on drinking the water while he
Again,
was enjoying
the president was speaking publicly for an hour, and so that's. I think most people get thirsty when they talk for a long time. The president's spoken for a long time and got thirsty.
And he also, the stories that he told kept saying how others had eaten lead when they were kids. He said he felt sure that he had eaten paint chips when he was a kid. Is that true? Is he sure that at some point he has eaten paint chips as a child?
I think the president is making the point that the effort to remove lead from gasoline and from paint is a relatively recent phenomenon. That before 1980, it was actually common for even young children to be exposed to lead. And it's only as we've come to understand the impact of that exposure have we taken significant steps to try to prevent that exposure from occurring, because it has a negative impact on cognitive and emotional development. I think the message that the president was trying to deliver is a critically important one, which is people in Flint have been concerned and were concerned to learn that children in their household, their own children, had been exposed to lead through the water supply, and that they had been misled by federal authorities. And they were scared, they were anxious, and justifiably angry in the president's own description. But at the same time, the president did not want them to despair about the future opportunities for their kids to succeed. They should feel confident that despite this failure of government, that the children of Flint continue to have a future, and a future that is bound only by the limits of their own imagination. And that's why it's important for the parents of those kids to understand that even though they were exposed to lead, that's not going to limit the future opportunities of their kids. Yes, they need to get the health care that they need. Yes, they need medical attention. Yes, they should get the proper follow-up. Yes, they should be conscientious about making sure that follow-up occurs, that there are specific things that our medical professionals recommend that can counteract the impact of lead, of elevated levels of lead in the bloodstream, even for kids. And parents should follow that advice. But they shouldn't further restrain the ambitions of their kids because of this situation. And I think the president's a good example. The president's making clear that even that even when the president himself was a kid, he was exposed to lead. And I don't know whether that was from the lead paint in his house when he was growing up, or whether that was from lead that was in the gasoline, or lead that was in the pipes. The president was exposed to that lead as a kid, and he had a very bright future that allowed him to attend Harvard Law School and be elected President of the United States.
This is what I'm saying. I mean, we're not comparing apples to apples here. Doesn't it seem like an odd comparison that I may have had some environmental exposure to lead as a kid versus these people who've been drinking lead-tainted water for about a year, and some of these kids had elevated lead levels that are 8 times what is considered, the minimum level of elevation by the federal government. I mean,
I guess the president's point is he wasn't even tested for lead when he was a kid. So we don't know exactly what his elevated level was. The point of this is that it's not, but in some ways that is beside the point. The point here is that being exposed to lead is not going to limit the potential of these kids. The kids in Flint still have an opportunity to succeed. They should get medical attention. That's why we've expanded access to Medicaid. That's why that's why the Department of Health and Human Services announced yesterday a $1 million grant to healthcare workers in Flint to expand their capacity to try to meet the needs of these kids. If kids get that medical attention, if they get the follow-up, if they follow the instructions of medical professionals, there's no reason that this government failure should have any impact on their long-term ability to grow up and fulfill their dreams.
And the president kept hitting the point that government is us, and you can trust government. It's just a bunch of people just like us. But these people, for more than a year, have been failed by literally every level of government. So why should they put any store in what the president was saying there?
Well, Michelle, I think I don't think that's exactly the argument the president was making. The argument the president was making is that too often we find Republicans who denigrate the institution of government without recognizing that government reflects their citizens. And that government, as described by Abraham Lincoln, the first Republican president, is that government is formed to do the kinds of things that we can't do for ourselves. Nobody should have an expectation that they're going to hire their own police force or hire their own fire department or hire their own water department. But rather, we're going to work together. We're going to pool our resources, and we're going to be dedicated to the pursuit of the common good. And attacks on government fail to acknowledge that fact as cleanly articulated by Abraham Lincoln. What is also true is that when government makes mistakes, as in this instance, we should own up to it. And government should mobilize an effective response to deal with the fallout. And that's exactly what's happened in this situation. But that's not an attempt to downplay the significance of the failures in Flint. It's an attempt to underscore the need to invest in the things that we know are critical to the health, safety, and well-being of the American people. I used this example yesterday. There's an acknowledgement that environmental regulators at the state level are principally responsible for this failure. That does not mean we should eliminate the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality. How exactly is eliminating the role of environmental regulators going to make our water safer or our air cleaner? It's not. It's going to make it worse. What we need is effective government and competent government. And that's what the president spent a lot of the last 7 or 8 years working on. And I think we've got significant positive results to enjoy because of that attention. Okay, David.
Yeah, on a couple different topics. One, just to follow up to I think something Kathleen asked about the DOJ letter to North Carolina. Given that you're saying that the White House did not weigh in directly on that letter, it was sort of a legal decision, a legal matter, and given the fact that I think the administration has an ongoing review of whether maybe to withhold some federal funding from different agencies to the state based on that law, in the meantime, is the administration and the White House doing anything, taking any direct steps to try to discourage public officials in other states to not pass, similar kinds of laws? And then also, I'm wondering if there's any concern out of the White House, given the DOJ letter, of the issue becoming politicized in an election year in North Carolina, and having a sort of a counterproductive effect of legislators digging in their heels, when you could maybe wait to see if public pressure inside the state might have the same effect.
Yeah. Well, I think on the second part, I would refer you to the Department of Justice about their strategy. They were the ones who made the decision to write the letter based on their own interpretation of the law and the need to enforce it. So they can sort of walk you through their thinking when it comes to whether or not that was the right approach. More generally, in terms of other states considering these kinds of laws, I'm not aware of any specific message that's been directed by the White House with regard to discouraging other states from pursuing these kinds of rules. But I think any other state that has observed the economic impact on the state of North Carolina would draw their own conclusions about the wisdom of pursuing laws like this. There are a number of large business interests that have come forward and made clear that this law that makes discrimination against their customers and their employees more likely makes it less likely that they're going to do business in North Carolina. That's true of athletic organizations like the NBA and the NCAA. But there are other businesses that have come forward and indicated that they're reconsidering expanding their business in North Carolina because of the law. So particularly in an economy where we see states aggressively competing to land business opportunities, there's no denying that passing discriminatory laws like this one is counterproductive.
On another topic, if I could,
Sure.
On trade, the president had an op-ed in the Post promoting the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Mhm.
I'm wondering if I know that the administration would like Congress to begin to take this up as maybe pave the way for a vote. I was curious whether you could say whether the administration thinks that having a vote on the Trans-Pacific Partnership in the lame duck session is a legitimate strategy that you would be okay with if it came to that.
Well, David, what I can tell you is that we've been in conversations with Republican leaders in both the House and the Senate and Democrats who've been supportive of our efforts thus far about the best way to get TPP passed through the Congress. And the political calculation, I would acknowledge, is complicated. It doesn't fall cleanly along party lines. So, we're going to have to work in bipartisan fashion to develop a strategy that will lead to success. And those are conversations that are ongoing. Is
the lame duck session a part of that conversation? Is that a legitimate strategy? Does that delegitimize in any way if a new president has been elected and is coming in and may have qualms about the deal? Does that delegitimize it in any way, or do you feel like it is legitimate and it's part of your conversations that you're talking about?
Well, I'm not going to get into the details of the substance of those conversations. I will just say that there's no reason we need to wait that long, particularly when you consider that ratifying the Trans-Pacific Partnership would hasten the end to 18,000 taxes that other countries impose on American goods. So American businesses certainly don't want to wait until the end of this year before Congress acts on the TPP. And so it's not just the White House that's making the case that Congress should act on this. It's organizations like the Chamber of Commerce, the American Farm Bureau, and the National Association of Manufacturers, who don't typically agree with the White House, but are joining us in the effort to encourage prompt congressional action.
Final thing on that is just if the remaining three major candidates in the race on each side, have come out as they have with concerns and said they do not support TPP as it currently exists, and they do not necessarily support a vote in the lame duck session. Does that make it more difficult, do you think, for the White House to go forward on lame duck with a vote?
Well, David, I think you have just articulated what a political dynamic that should be rather compelling to supporters of TPP wondering whether or not Congress should act this year. Congress, again, supporters of TPP are not likely to have a more enthusiastic president for the Trans-Pacific Partnership in 2017.
One final thing, if I could, is following up on April's question about Howard University. The president's giving 3 addresses for commencements this year. 3 very different types of universities, and one's a historically black college, another is a big state university, and one's a military academy. Is he tailoring his message to each of those? You mentioned, talking about encouraging the young people to, use their skills to form a more perfect union. That's pretty general, I think.
Yeah.
Just talk a little bit about if there's a specific message at Howard.
I'll be prepared to do that tomorrow. Okay. All right.
Today.
Christy.
Josh, thank you. You said a minute ago that the president will spend a decent portion of the fall advocating for the Democratic nominee to succeed him. Can you envision a scenario in which he does that for a specific person prior to the convention?
At this point, I would hesitate to predict exactly what the time frame will be, but I guess the other thing I would point out is there are other important races on the ballot other than, in addition to the presidential race. There are, important races for the United States Senate, for the United States Congress, and for some governor's offices, where I would expect the president would also be involved. And we'll sort of see how things play out over the next couple of months. But as we start to make those decisions, we'll let you know.
Well, as he was speaking yesterday, at one point it really looked, actually not at one point, but pretty much through the whole address in Flint yesterday, he was making the case for a Democratic Congress and a Democratic White House and a Democratic point of view in general. I mean, could he conceivably continue to do that through July and be as effective as he would be if he were advocating for a particular person?
Well, I think the president was making less of a partisan argument yesterday and more of a philosophical one. The philosophical argument that he was making is that for our nation and our communities to succeed, we need effective government. And too often, every answer that is put forward by Republicans is one that is focused on tearing down government or shrinking government or undermining government. Again, tearing down institutions that are responsible for keeping our air clean and our water clean are not going to make it safer for our kids to drink. There are a variety of ways to draw this analogy. It certainly applies to local governments who are responsible for administering elections. It certainly is true when it comes to public safety. So there's a basic question here about what our approach to governing is going to be. And the president believes that Flint actually illustrates the consequences of those differing philosophies in rather stark terms. And I don't know if the president's going to make that same argument around the country, but it certainly is an argument that feels pretty resonant in Flint, Michigan right now.
I mean, I guess my question is if he's worried about the lost time advocating for a particular nominee, but I don't feel like you're going to answer it, so I don't want to waste.
No. Well,
I don't want to hear that speech again. I heard it yesterday.
Fair enough.
I'll admit that was a good summary. I was not.
I'm not offended. I'm happily to admit the president's better at giving that speech than I am.
Now, if you drink some water right now, that would just be
Okay, I will do that.
That you brought. 13-2. Can I ask you about something else?
Yes.
The president and his staff lately seem to be doing a lot of interviews explaining his record and setting the record straight. Is there a feeling in the White House that some basic things about the president's record in office are misunderstood by the American people?
I think there's a sense in the White House that it's important for the American people to understand exactly what the president has prioritized over the last 7 years. The president entered the White House with a very specific strategy to prevent a second Great Depression, but also to strengthen the middle class. The president entered with a very specific strategy to fight climate change. The president entered with a very specific strategy to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. The president entered with a very specific strategy to responsibly get our men and women out of harm's way in Iraq and Afghanistan. The president entered with a very specific strategy to ensure that the next generation of Americans would be trained and educated to compete and win in a 21st century global economy. The president entered the White House with a very specific strategy to reduce the deficit, and the deficit has been cut by 3/4 since he took office. So I think just as a factual matter, it's important for people to understand that. I think it's particularly important for people to understand as they consider whether or not they should elect someone who will build on that progress or scrap it. I think it's also important as people evaluate what kind of policies the United States Congress should pursue. Many of the things that I just described were either things that were accomplished as a result of strong Democratic support in Congress, or were accomplished in spite of Republican opposition in Congress. So people understanding exactly what the president's strategy was and what the results have been is relevant as they consider the broader impact of the Obama presidency. And I would actually make the case as something that we've been talking about for quite a while, and I would anticipate that it will continue over the course of the year.
Why do you think people misunderstand? Like you mentioned the deficit just now, and that's a thing that the president in recent days has said is misunderstood by people. Why do you think people don't know that? Since we're talking about factual things, why do you think people don't know that or haven't registered that?
Yeah. Well, some of it is certainly that there are Republicans who go to great lengths to lie about the president's record. That happens with some regularity. And there are some Republican interests that have spent hundreds of millions of dollars to do that, particularly in the context of the 2012 re-election campaign. So that certainly would be a part of it. I think the president has also acknowledged that in the very earliest days of his presidency, when there was a raging economic crisis, there wasn't ample time to spend a week or two describing to the American people the steps that the government was taking to address the crisis. Because the truth is, after implementing a strategy to address one crisis, the president and his team had to move on to addressing the next one. So immediately after, I think the best example of this is that immediately after passing the Recovery Act, that included billions of dollars in tax cuts for middle-class families, numerous tax cuts for small businesses, and critically important investments in infrastructure and clean energy, the administration also had to figure out how to rescue the American auto industry. And that was something that was announced at the end of March, just a couple of weeks after the Recovery Act was passed by Congress. So that's an indication of the rapid pace of crisis-driven decisions that this administration had to engage in. And look, those are two isolated decisions that are still the subject of extensive political debate, but there's no denying the tremendous positive impact that both of those decisions had on our economy. They were unpopular at the time. Some of them are unpopular now, but the results speak for themselves. And so it's important for people to understand the context of those results so that the next time that our country is facing an important economic decision, it's important for the American people to have the facts about what worked so that we can make smart decisions about wise investments in the future. Okay? Margaret.
At the top of the briefing, you said something about the ceasefire in Syria, that a reduction has been noted in terms of the frequency and intensity of the violence. There's been an airstrike on a refugee camp in Syria near the Turkish border that has reportedly killed dozens. There are images all over social media right now. Were you aware of that when you said that you had seen this reduction in violence?
Yes, the reduction in violence is specifically around Aleppo, and that is a reduction in violence that we have seen. Yes, I was also notified of this specific report shortly before walking out here. There is no justifiable excuse for carrying out an airstrike against innocent civilians who have already once fled their homes to escape violence. These individuals are in the most desperate situation imaginable, and there is no justification for carrying out military action that's targeting them. The other thing that you should confirm with the Department of Defense, but I believe this to be true, there were no U.S. or coalition aircraft that were operating in the region, primarily because our efforts are focused on ISIL. And there's little intelligence to substantiate the presence of significant ISIL forces in that region of the country. But obviously, reports like this are heartbreaking and indefensible.
Well, well, given that Russia has an air force and the Assad regime has some aircraft, so not a full air force, is it safe to assume that that's who you believe carried out this strike?
I wouldn't hazard a guess at this point about who carried out this particular strike. We have seen a willingness on the part of the Assad regime to use what military aircraft they have to carry out attacks against innocent civilians. The dropping of barrel bombs is the best example of that. Again, I don't know enough about the details of this particular situation to say whether or not the tactics that were used in this particular strike are the same as the tactics that the Assad regime has used in other parts of the country. But if it does turn out that the Assad regime is responsible for this particular strike, it would not at all be the first time that the Assad regime has used its military force against innocent civilians in a desperate situation.
Right, and to very little consequence, some would say, particularly when it comes to this ceasefire or cessation of hostilities, that there are no repercussions for these violations, however flagrant they are. That the U.S. just keeps going back to negotiating tables saying we're dealing with malicious actors, but we're hopeful that they're going to show some honor here. Is there any repercussion to a strike like this, killing, as you said, dozens of innocent civilians?
I think as a result of the behavior that we've seen from the Assad regime thus far, there is no hope that they're going to show much honor. What is true is that the only way to solve this situation effectively, consistent with our national security interests, is for a political transition that results in Assad's departure. And the United States has mobilized the international community, worked closely with the United Nations to try to facilitate those political talks. President Putin has acknowledged himself that that kind of political transition needs to happen. And we continue to impress upon President Putin the need to use his influence with the Assad regime to get them to abide by the ceasefire, to the cessation of hostilities, and to participate constructively in the ongoing political talks. And there was a point where we did see an important reduction in violence as a result of the initial implementation of the cessation of hostilities. That initial implementation went more smoothly than expected, but in the last few weeks we've seen that agreement start to fray. And the improvement in the situation around Aleppo is notable, but as I pointed out, there are other areas of the country where the cessation of hostilities is not implemented in the way that it should. And we're going to continue to work closely with the rest of the international community to impress upon all parties of the need to live up to their commitments.
The White House, the president has talked at great length about how concerned he is about the refugee issue and internally displaced people. Among many of the proposals put forward for some version of a safe zone, some not requiring ground forces, the argument has been to protect against situations exactly like this, hitting people who are already fleeing in camps. You're still saying the White House does not support any kind of safe zone to protect these situations, these areas, refugee camps near the border with Turkey?
Well, Margaret, this situation is tragic, and there's no downplaying that. But I think it also underscores the difficulty of establishing a safe zone. It certainly underscores the tremendous commitment of military firepower that would be required to enforce a safe zone. In the past, those who advocate a safe zone have suggested that, it would not necessarily need to be treated as a no-fly zone. But based on the circumstance that you've just raised, that's not true. And to say nothing of the significant commitment of ground forces that would be required to prevent ISIL or anyone else from infiltrating the camp, to monitor people as they move in and out, and frankly, if necessary, to root out extremist forces that are able to get access to the camp. That is a significant commitment of firepower and manpower. It also puts American troops in a very dangerous place, lots of them. So our view continues to be that a political transition is the only solution that is consistent with our national security interests in that region of the world.
Can I ask you on North Carolina? When we were in London, the president said that he thought the law there in Mississippi was wrong and it should be repealed. He went on to say the next day, but he lacked the authority essentially to be able to do just that. So lawmakers in North Carolina are saying they feel bullied by this DOJ action. How do you respond to the accusation that this is just another way of achieving the aim of getting that law repealed?
Well, I think what this is, it's an independent enforcement decision that's made by attorneys at the Department of Justice. And there certainly is a legal mechanism for evaluating the concerns that have been raised by the Department of Justice. Hopefully it won't come to that. Hopefully the state of North Carolina and the lawmakers in North Carolina will make some decisions that are consistent with the law, consistent with our values, and consistent with the economic interests of their own state. Thus far, the actions that they've taken have been inconsistent with all of those things. And the president has spoken out quite forcefully against it because, in his view, this is something that goes to a core principle of fairness and equality and justice and treating people the same and not discriminating against them because of who they love or because of who they are. So it's a pretty simple calculation when it comes to values. The Department of Justice has reached their own conclusions about what the law requires, and they've notified the state of North Carolina of their conclusion.
You said there have been no political interference in the DOJ process, but the president clearly made his views very public.
The president's been asked by certain insightful, demanding journalists for his view. I'm looking for a way to give you a compliment there, that's all.
I'll take it. But, and again, though, at that town hall the next day, I mean, it's an issue that's drawn a lot of attention.
I would acknowledge the president has not pulled any punches when it comes to making clear his view that this law is wrong. And that is a value judgment that he is offering. And he believes those values that have been called into question aren't just worth defending, they're worth advocating. And he'll do that. But when it comes to enforcing the law, that's somebody else's responsibility. That's the responsibility of the lawyers at the Department of Justice, and they're carrying out that responsibilities consistent with the requirements of the law and without interference from the White House.
But you're saying there was no influence with the president stating his views and the action the DOJ took?
Well, I guess you'd have to talk to the Department of Justice about that. There certainly was no attempt, either publicly or privately, to influence what is an independent enforcement decision carried out by Department of Justice attorneys. Okay? Olivier.
Thanks, Josh. A U.S. Army intelligence officer based in Kuwait, a captain, has brought a lawsuit challenging the president's assertions that the war on the Islamic State is legal under existing law. You've been asked a lot about that in this briefing room. Does it give you pause, though, to hear some of these questions come from someone who's deployed on active duty?
No, it doesn't. I think it's these are legitimate questions for every American to be asking. The truth is that 449 days ago, the President of the United States sent a detailed ISIL-specific AUMF proposal to Congress. That proposal included a recommendation to Congress that they not just pass this ISIL-specific AUMF, but they repeal the 2002 AUMF and take steps to more narrowly tailor the 2001 AUMF. The president feels strongly about this. The day after the election, the president held a news conference with all of you in the East Room of the White House and was blunt about the need for Congress to take action on this. That was the first time that he had discussed it in really blunt terms publicly, but certainly not the first time that he has advocated in other settings for congressional action on this. And unfortunately, we've not seen Congress take much action on this. The president sent up senior members of his national security team. His Secretary of State, John Kerry, his then Secretary of Defense, Chuck Hagel, both testified under oath before Congress. But we haven't seen congressional action on one of Congress's most critically important responsibilities. And I'm not really sure why. Maybe it's because they were spending a bunch of time considering the president's nominee to the Supreme Court? Nope, wasn't that. Maybe it's because they were busy dealing with responding to a public health emergency to make sure our public health professionals had everything that they need to respond to the Zika crisis. Well, no, it wasn't that. Maybe it was because Congress was holding intensive meetings with the president's budget director to consider the president's budget proposal on a range of important issues, including cybersecurity. Nope, they didn't do that either. They canceled those hearings. Maybe it was because Congress was considering how important it was to ensure that the Puerto Rican government had the restructuring authority that they need so they can deal with a financial crisis that's affecting 3 million Americans in Puerto Rico. No, it wasn't that either. I don't really know what Congress was doing. But this is yet another example of Congress dropping the ball when it comes to a core American priority.
And then I want to draw your attention to an anecdote in the New York Times profile of Deputy National Security Advisor Ben Rhodes. You remember right around the time of the State of the Union when the Iranians captured a number of American sailors?
I do remember that.
Here's what the Times says. Rhodes found out about the Iranian action earlier that morning, meaning the State of the Union, but was trying to keep it out of the news until after the president's speech. Quote, they can't keep a secret for 2 hours, end quote, Rhodes says with a tone of mild exasperation at the break-in message discipline. That sounds like he was putting pressure on the military to withhold that information to avoid a political headache. Is that what happened? And how often does it happen?
Well, I can't speak to. Well, I'll acknowledge I've not read the story about Ben in the Times Magazine. I do remember vividly that day, and I don't think there was any expectation that. Well, let me say it this way, because I think there are a couple of factors here. The first is, Olivier, we've often found that it is easier to resolve situations like this when they aren't subject to intense media scrutiny. We often will decline to discuss specific cases of Americans that are being held hostage around the world because we conclude that discussing them publicly before they are freed is not conducive to their prompt and safe release. I'm sure that was a factor in this situation. At the same time, I think anybody who took a look at the situation recognized that it was not going to stay secret for long. And that certainly was true in this instance. And I think it is a good example, once again, of President Obama demonstrating his ability to effectively handle a crisis situation. You will recall that despite the pleas of some Republicans in Congress, the president did deliver the speech on time as planned. And those American service members were released unharmed with their equipment the next day. That was a commitment that we had reached with the Iranians. So I think the outcome of this situation and the way that it was handled during that busy day, I think is as strong an endorsement as any of this president's ability to manage the affairs of the country.
So you can't say one way or another, though, whether the Times characterization is accurate, that it was to avoid an embarrassing piece of news that might overshadow the speech.
Again, I haven't read the speech. I would be surprised if anybody thought that that a situation that volatile was going to be secret for that long. I also would say that the way that it is covered publicly has a direct impact on the ability to resolve these situations. And when we're talking about the lives of 10 U.S. service members, their safe return is the top priority and certainly much more important than any political calculation. Okay? Byron.
Thanks, Josh. If I can follow on Ken's question on candidates getting classified briefings. You said the White House was confident that the intelligence community could make the proper assessments on what presidential candidates receive in terms of classified briefings and information. That seems to leave open the possibility that there are concerns about either one of these candidates, and that there are worries about either Trump or whichever candidate's access to classified information. Is that the impression you meant to leave?
I meant to leave you with the impression that the decision about what information to provide is a decision that will be made by the intelligence community, and
The CIA.
that's what I meant to convey.
The CIA believe it or not, has a book on the history of presidential candidates getting briefed. True fact. And there is actually precedent for the White House asking to withhold certain information from candidates. In fact, National Security Advisor Sandy Berger asked George W. Bush that George W. Bush not be given anything sensitive. Can you commit that both candidates will receive the same amount of information in this administration?
Well, I think what I can commit to you is that the White House will not be interfering in the decisions that are made by the intelligence community to provide information to the presidential candidates. What information they provide, how often they provide it, whether or not it is the same information for the two candidates, those are questions that I would direct to Mr. Clapper's office.
One more on the same topic. The potential Democratic nominee, Hillary Clinton, is actually under investigation for potential loss or mishandling of classified information. Does the administration have confidence that Secretary Clinton can properly maintain and store and receive classified information given this ongoing investigation?
Yes, we do.
Would you say the same about Donald Trump?
Again, we'll have to see what decision the Director of National Intelligence makes. I guess I can't offer my own assessment. Secretary Clinton has obviously served this administration with distinction, and she's got a lot of experience in understanding the need to protect classified information. But look, this decision to provide that classified information will be made by the intelligence community. It'll be made by the professionals there, and they'll do the right thing for the country. And they'll do that without any political interference from the White House. Okay. Kevin.
Thanks, Josh. If I could follow up on Michelle's question for just a second.
She asked a lot of them. I'm not sure which one you may have in mind. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Not that there's anything wrong with it. Exactly.
I'm here to take them all.
Actually, you know what, let me start out with something simple and we'll sort of back into it. Has the President reached out to the family of Charles Keating IV? And if so, has he made contact with the family thus far?
I think, Kevin, what the president often will do, and I think this is what previous presidents did as well, is to write letters to the families of those who, of service members who have given their life for their country, and I would anticipate that the president will do that in this situation too.
Thank you. E-cigarettes, not for sale for folks under 21. What's the president's perspective on that, and what's behind the push?
Well, this is actually a decision that was put forward by the FDA, and what they have indicated is that, based on their analysis of public health trends, we've made a lot of progress in reducing smoking rates. Smoking rates are now at an all-time low in this country, but we've seen an alarming increase in the use of e-cigarettes and even cigars, particularly by kids. And so the FDA regulation that was announced today is focused on making it harder for kids to get their hands on these products that we know have a very negative impact on their health. And so as an agency that's focused on the public health of the American people, for an agency that has conducted studies that indicate that smoking continues to be the leading cause of preventable death in the United States, this is a prudent step that is driven by scientific evidence that's focused on keeping our kids safe. And this is in that regard, it is a carefully considered regulation that I think makes a lot of common sense.
Does the president believe that the ability to acquire cigarettes should be limited to all Americans who are only 21 and over?
Well, again, I think as it relates to this proposal, it's 18 and under, and I'm not aware of the president weighing in on raising the age limit.
Okay, gotcha. To sort of follow up on what Michelle was asking, can you say with 100% certainty that there was no conversation or coordination or collaboration in any way between the White House counsel's office and the DOJ as it relates to North Carolina?
Well, this is an important thing for you to understand here. We've talked before, for a couple of weeks now, about how the White House has worked with a range of federal agencies, including the Department of Justice, about the variety of policy questions that have been raised by HB 2, this controversial North Carolina law. The policy questions raised are things like what impact that law could have on programs in the state of North Carolina that are funded by the federal government. So this raises questions for everybody from the Department of Transportation to the Department of Education. And there will be a careful review of what policy impact that law has on policy decisions made at a range of federal agencies. What the Department of Justice announced today is an intent. They announced it yesterday. What the Department of Justice announced is an intent to pursue an enforcement action. Those enforcement decisions are made by Department of Justice attorneys, and they are not subject to influence by the White House.
Not subject to influence, but if they've had conversations about some of the actions that might be legal, some of the actions that might be relevant in a particular area, can you not see how folks in North Carolina might feel like that's the White House directing, sort of winking a nod, tap the side of the nose, saying, hey, listen, DOJ, if you want to pursue this, maybe this is an area that you could pursue. Or if you think of it this way, this is a possible remedy to sort of take a shot at a law that we think is a negative law. Can you understand how people in North Carolina might feel that way?
Well, I can understand how the people in North Carolina might think that passing this law ended up being a really bad idea. It certainly has not yielded a lot of positive headlines for the state of North Carolina, and certainly has not yielded a positive economic impact for the state of North Carolina. In fact, concerns about the NBA's decision with regard to the All-Star game, decisions that could be made by the NCAA about locating college athletic competitions in the state of North Carolina, concerts, even other businesses that have suspended their intent to expand their footprint in North Carolina. All of that is going to have a negative impact on the economy in North Carolina. Right. So I think that is that's the biggest impact, and I think that is probably the concern that the vast majority of North Carolinians have about the bad decision that the legislature and the governor made to pass and sign this law.
So you reject the notion that this is some sort of a government overreach, the feds coming in and telling us how to
Well, I think there are some people who have made a pretty persuasive case that this is a government overreach on the part of state officials in North Carolina that's had a negative impact on the public perception of their state and on the economic climate in their state. This is unfortunate because the state of North Carolina is a state that has traditionally, certainly over the last generation or two, worked really hard to diversify their economy. And that there are young adults, not just across the South, but across the country, that have been attracted to the state of North Carolina because of their positive business climate, because you have a hub of innovation there, like the Research Triangle, that has drawn young, educated people and their families to come and pursue some interesting economic opportunities in that state. And that is a testament to the innovation and ingenuity of the people of North Carolina and to previous governors and previous state legislatures. Unfortunately, it's this current governor and the current legislature that have dealt a pretty big setback here, and it is something that is not true to the culture and values and beliefs of the vast majority of Americans who live in that great state.
Just a couple more. I want to ask you about AUMF, if you have a second. Has the president, do you believe, maybe by way of the counsel's office, given the ongoing actions in Iraq, opened the door for future presidents to be able to wage war in perpetuity, based on the way that currently this counsel's office is interpreting the AUMF as it stands? Has this now made it possible for future presidents to point to this president and say, well, if Congress doesn't act and give me a new AUMF, I can continue to use this footprint or this blueprint to continue to wage actions around the globe?
The fact of the matter is, Kevin, that the 2001 AUMF didn't have a time limit on it. And one of the things that we have discussed with Congress is how and whether to force Congress to review at some regular interval an authorization to use military force that they've previously passed. There have been some proposals that have been put forward, including by some members of Congress, that have suggested that an authorization to use military force should have to be renewed by Congress every 3 years, otherwise it goes away, it sunsets. So there are a variety of creative legislative proposals on this. But look, the fact of the matter is the 2001 AUMF that was passed by Congress didn't include a time limit. It just didn't. So that is precisely why, or that's among the reasons why, the President believes that the 2001 AUMF should be more narrowly targeted. And that's what our proposal included, an ISIL-specific authorization to use military force. We put forward legislative language describing what we believe that should be. That was the source of some criticism.
All right, everybody, we are switching gears here, taking you out local, where there is a crash on the 60. You're watching this live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. This is US 60 at Mesa Drive. You're watching this all unfold on the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, folks, crash closes US 60 eastbound at Mesa Drive. Drivers can use the Loop 202 Red Mountain as their alternate route there. But look at that backup, everybody. Wow. Wow, that is a major, major backup, causing a lot of headaches right now for the afternoon drivers. 11:30 here in Arizona. You're watching a major crash unfold here at the US 60 and Mesa Drive, and that backup is for miles. There is no estimated time to reopen the eastbound lanes. Westbound lanes, as you can see, remain open. So if you have any friends traveling right now and are headed on the US 60, tell them to avoid the area, as this is a major, major crash causing a lot of headaches right now for afternoon drivers in the valley. You can see this guy, he's like, you know what? I'm just going to get out of here. They're reversing. All right, folks, and you can see from the ADOT camera the backup here as well on the US 60 at Mesa Drive. Take it back out to Sky Fox up in the air. I know that shot's a little shaky for you. We'll try to get you a better shot there. Drivers right now should consider exiting by Loop 101 to avoid any delays. Alternate routes include the Loop 202 Red Mountain and the Loop 202 Santan. It's never fun to be stuck in your car when you're looking at a parking lot situation that drivers are seeing on the US 60 at Mesa Drive. could see there was a vehicle fire. And the fire is out now, but not the headaches for drivers on the US 60 eastbound. Hopefully there were no animals in this vehicle. Right now, as crews are still on the scene here, you can see the foam. But a big situation here on the US 60. You're watching this all unfold live on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, folks, we have an update for you. The US 60 eastbound has partially reopened at Mesa Drive in Mesa, according to the Arizona Department of Transportation. Several right lanes remain blocked as crews continue responding to that crash that we see right here, and drivers should expect delays in the area, and we have seen it firsthand here on the stream. Westbound lanes are unaffected. Thanks, everybody, for joining us on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. And as you can see, a major crash here on the US 60 right there at Mesa Drive. This trailer caught fire and really caused a backup. Let's see if Sky Fox can pan out for us once again. Let me show you just a different angle here. This is from an ADOT camera. You can see right there on exit 180 at Mesa Drive, and you can see cars are exiting right now, but it's a long process right now. The latest update by the Arizona Department of Transportation says US 60 eastbound has partially reopened at Mesa Drive in Mesa, according to the Arizona Department of Transportation. Several right lanes remain blocked as crews continue responding to the crash that we see here. Drivers should expect major delays, and now we are towing this trailer right now and trying to get it off the roadway. So hopefully they can open all of eastbound lanes on the US 60. The westbound lanes are unaffected right now. You can see that on the top of your screen there. You can see we have one lane open right now in that eastbound lane. Crews are going to work to try to open all of them and really alleviate all this pressure. And the slow crawl has begun on US 60 as that one lane is open and they're just trying to squeeze as many cars as they can, but we still have a fire truck on scene as well as several DPS vehicles. And look at those cars able to start off. They're like, wow, we're the lucky few here that we're right in the front of all this backup. So they're able to continue on here, but hopefully Sky Fox can show you that panned out view of the major backup that we saw moments ago right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Latest update is US 60 has partially reopened that lane. You can see right there. Westbound lanes are unaffected, but look at the backup here. This is what we were talking about. This major crash, a trailer involved caught fire and really started this mile backup. All right, folks, we're going to continue to follow this crash here and let you know of any updates, anyone injured on the crash. But we'll take you out to California right now. Hillary Clinton talking at an event right now. And they just moved the shot on me. Let's see if they'll give it back to me. As I just transitioned, they take it back to the big board. So here we are back at the crash, waiting on Hillary Clinton shot to reestablish to take you out there to California. And there it is.
And treating children like that. And I have to echo everything Karen said about Maxine, because she is a force to be reckoned with. And personally, I'm glad that force is on my side. But Maxine and her wonderful husband, the ambassador, have been friends of Bill's and mine for a long time. And we are really grateful that she remains as focused and tenacious and determined as ever to try to get positive things done, despite how difficult it is in a Republican-controlled House. Although I think that's going to change a little bit if we do our job, Maxine. And Herb Wesson, I want to thank you for being here as well. And all of you, they're elected officials from across the region. Thank you all for coming. They're activists, there are business leaders, there's a great cross-section of people who understand what's at stake in this election. And I want to make a few points, and then I hope that we'll have a conversation, because I want to hear what's on your minds. I think that anybody running for office should spend as much or more time listening than talking. And I know I'll be way ahead in that category against Donald Trump. There's no doubt about that. I want to make a couple of points. First, as Maxine said, I have been privileged my entire adult life to work on behalf of causes and people who sometimes get left out and left behind, to try to even the odds so that more people, particularly more children, have the chance to live up to their God-given potential. So when I went to work for the Children's Defense Fund, and Marian Wright Edelman became not only my boss but my mentor, she sent me to South Carolina to investigate why so many African-American teenagers, juveniles, were ending up in adult jails, to gather the facts so that we could sue the state of South Carolina. When I was campaigning in South Carolina in the primary this year, I actually met some of the people that worked with me, some of the civil rights lawyers, some of the people who understood that this was a terrible situation.
All right, looks like that shot froze. Let's see if they could reestablish the connection for us. Hold on one second. All right, while we wait for that shot to reestablish, let's take you out back here in Arizona to the crash on US 60 eastbound at Mesa Drive. You can see they're getting ready to tow this trailer that caught fire on the eastbound lanes at US 60, still causing a major backup. We are working to get you that Hillary Clinton event back up. Seems like the shot did freeze on us. You can see the westbound lanes unaffected there. And welcome everybody to that Fox 10 News Now stream. We're watching a crash here on the US 60 near Mesa Drive, eastbound lane that we're focused on. Station says And for folks that are looking for the Hillary Clinton event, that shot did freeze on Fox Edge, so they're looking to reestablish that connection. Right now, we are still on the US 60 crash story, where they are trying to clean up the mess here and get traffic flowing once again on the eastbound lanes. Westbound looking great, though. Welcome everybody to that Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys being part of the stream here, where we're looking at a crash on the US 60 right there near Mesa Drive in Mesa. Still, one lane only open right now as it is a slow crawl, as there was a trailer fire. That has been pulled to the side, but now they gotta just get some of the debris out of the way as well as the foam. Hopefully they can reopen all the lanes very, very soon. And get traffic flowing again.
Feel it.
All
But
right,
we're not
bringing you
going to
out
let
to
that
Hillary
happen.
Clinton.
are
We got that,
we are not
feed
going to let
established.
that happen. And I'm going to work hard to improve it because now we know more about it. We're at 90% coverage, but we got to get the cost of co-pays and deductibles down. We need more competition in the system. We have to get prescription drug costs down. And there are two big areas that I need your help on: mental health and addiction. That is, if I were to list all the issues, the thousands of people that I've talked to in the last now more than a year, those two issues have come up repeatedly in every setting: rural, city, every race, every ethnicity, every religion. People are saying, what are we going to do? You know, if you've got diabetes, you go to the doctor, you tell your friends. People say, oh, what can we do? You've got depression, you don't want to tell people. There is still a stigma, isn't there? We have got to get rid of that. We are finding now through medicine and science, it's just one big old body. It's either above your neck or below your neck. It's one body. And we need to treat all mental health and physical health problems the same. And we've got to divert more people from the criminal justice system. The DA was here. Where's Miss Lacey? Is she still here or did she have to leave? I saw her just before we came in. She came up and said, thank you for mentioning mental health and addiction, because you know what the biggest institutions for taking care of people with mental health and addiction are? Our jails and our prisons. That is wrong. We need to divert people into treatment, into recovery. And we're going to do that. And we also are going to have more second chance programs when people come out. Let's end incarcerating people for low-level, non-violent offenses, and let's have more second chance programs. And I am going to take on the gun lobby for common sense gun safety measures, because too many people are dying. Gun violence is the #1 cause of death for young African American men, more than the next 9 causes put together. So we got to take on the gun lobby, we got to change laws, but we got to take on the gun culture. We have too many people, unfortunately, in our society right now who believe that picking up a gun solves their problems. I have become really friendly with a number of mothers who've lost their children to police actions, or mostly to gun violence. Gangs, random shooting. Trayvon Martin's mother's become a real good friend of mine. There's just something wrong that we gotta analyze and address when too many people think, okay, that gun is gonna solve my problems. I want you to know that I will be with you this campaign into the White House every day that I serve. I'm not just telling you that I'm going to tackle systemic racism in all of these areas. I'm not just telling you I'm going to tackle the economy, education, health care, incarceration, criminal justice reform, gun violence. I don't tell people something if I'm not going to try to do it. I don't make promises I can't keep. I am going to work with you, and together we are going to have results for people that improve their lives. We're going to keep our country safe, and we're going to unify our country. And I want to end on that point. People say to me all the time, well, you know, I'm supporting you, but gosh, really think we can unify our country? I said, well, there are some people we may not be able to.
That's true.
Right? But I do think most people are getting a wake-up call in this election. You know, a house divided against itself, as President Lincoln reminded us, cannot stand. I will go anywhere, meet with anyone at any time to find common ground. I did that as First Lady. You know, I mentioned Karen, and I share a love of trying to help our foster kids. When I was First Lady, I said, what can I do? We got to change federal laws and regulations because they're standing in the way of helping children. And I did my homework. And I realized that one of the most partisan Republicans in the House, Tom DeLay from Texas, he actually had been a foster parent with his wife. I called him up. I said, Congressman, will you work with me to reform the federal laws governing adoption and foster care? There was a pause on the end of the phone. He said, well, what do you want me to do? I said, I want you to come to the White House, come to a meeting, and figure out how we can work together. And we did. And we passed the Adoption and Safe Families Act. And today, as I travel around the country, it just happened to me, you know, the other day in West Virginia. People come to my events, and they say, thank you for the Adoption and Safe Families Act. I want you to meet the young people I was able to adopt because of that. Or a foster child says to me, I want to thank you. That was because I went where people said it wouldn't be worth going. And when I was in the Senate, I worked with practically every Republican I served with. Now, I got to tell you, when I'm working with them, they actually say really nice things about me. And I imagine you'll see some of that as the campaign progresses, because if you're going to try to solve a problem and not score a political point, you got to work with the people who can help you do that. And when I was Secretary of State, we negotiated a historic treaty with Russia to lower the number of nuclear weapons, something that every president, Republican and Democrat, has tried to do, and we got it done. I had to get 13 Republican votes to get to 2/3 in the Senate. But we did it. Donald Trump turns around and says, oh, I don't care if other countries get nuclear weapons. That is the kind of risk this country cannot afford to take. That is dangerous. That is like a loose cannon that we cannot afford, right? So I am excited about this campaign. And as Maxine has said, we gotta work hard and win big here in the California primary to get ready for the general election. I will do everything I can to unify the party. I did that when I pulled out in 2008. Some of you remember. You know, I am 3 million plus votes ahead of Senator Sanders, right? I am nearly 300 pledged delegates ahead of Senator Sanders. When I was running against then Senator Obama, he and I were neck and neck in the popular vote. Depending upon how you counted it, I was a little ahead or he was a little ahead. He was about 60 or so pledged delegates ahead. A much, much smaller margin than what we see in this race. But I knew that he had won, because it matters how many delegates you have, whether it's 60 or 300. Right? So I withdrew. I endorsed him. I campaigned with him. I nominated him at the convention. I went to the floor of the convention and moved that he be nominated by acclamation. Because I knew this, that whatever differences we might have had in the campaign, they were nothing compared to the differences between us and the Republicans. Now, if that was true in 2008, that is true on steroids today, right? I mean, we got to unify the country, and we got to go out and win this election based on an agenda. That's why I have laid out what I will do, because I want you to know that. I want you to campaign for me. I want you to work with me, but then I want you to help me govern. I want you to be part of a broad base of Americans who know that America's best days can be ahead of us if we do what we're supposed to do. That's what we owe our children and our grandchildren, and I am thrilled that you all are here today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We're going to, the Congresswoman and I are going to help with the Q&A period, so the Secretary will have time for a few questions.
All right there, and it looks like that looks to be the end of that event there. Hillary Clinton live in California, talking to some supporters. Get you back out. Live look here in Arizona at the US 60, where the eastbound lanes have reopened up near Mesa Drive. Earlier, about 30 minutes ago, there was a trailer fire on the eastbound lane. Everything has opened up, and traffic is once again flowing as it should be. Right at 12 o'clock even on a beautiful Thursday afternoon in Arizona. And folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are just getting warmed up here on the stream here for you. In a little bit, we're going to have a Bernie Sanders live event for you coming up. Should be within the next 5 minutes, so be on the lookout for that. I'll take it as soon as I get the images. And then also we're going to have President Obama at 1 o'clock Arizona time with a event that he will be at. I thought this was interesting. Coming from the Investors Business Daily News, Nevada may legalize online sports betting in all 50 states. Nothing has been confirmed or even taken to the commission of the Gambling Commission, but it is on soon be the table for them. So that is very, very interesting. That could really, really be good and bad on so many different levels. Bad for problem gamblers, really good for the casinos, as it would open it up to pretty much anybody with a cell phone would be able to then to bet. Scary, kind of. It could get out of hand really fast too. So be on the lookout for that story as well. And I'll take you back out to I'll show you for a little bit here the what the Dow looks like right now. While I get you caught up on the schedule of events for today. All right, here is the schedule of events, folks. Coming up, as soon as we get the shot, Bernie Sanders holding a rally in Charleston, West Virginia. then an hour from now, President Obama will host a Cinco de Mayo reception at the White House. All right, everybody, welcome back to the stream. We are waiting for Bernie Sanders' event to come in, and I'll get you caught up on some of the headlines going across the country right now. A bank robber who left a trail of cash as he ran from the scene of the crime has been sentenced to 15 years in prison. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch reports that 41-year-old Cameron Bodie of Delwood pleaded guilty and was sentenced yesterday. Authorities say Bodie dropped thousands of dollars in cash as he fled a Commerce Bank branch in University City on February 25th, 2015. Bills were found on a sidewalk, on streets, and in a stairwell. Dogs and the dropped money helped authorities track down the robber in Clayton, where Bodie was arrested near a parking garage. Police say Bodie had only about $100 in $1 bills left on him. Very sad. And now he gets 15 years for that. Was it worth it, buddy? Probably not, but he thought he was going to get thousands. And instead gets 15 years in prison. In D.C., guests at a hotel in Washington's Georgetown neighborhood were evacuated for more than 2 hours because of a bomb threat. In a statement, Marriott says authorities gave the all clear at the Marriott Washington Georgetown about 9:30 Thursday morning. District of Columbia Police spokeswoman Alice Kim confirms the situation has been cleared and no hazardous materials were found. Marriott says authorities advised guests to evacuate the 470-room hotel after the threat was called in. Guests were moved to a sister property nearby until they got the all clear. All right. A jury has reached a verdict in the case of a man accused of killing 3 women and hiding their bodies in garbage bags in suburban Cleveland. The court said Thursday afternoon that the verdict would be announced shortly. Madison was arrested in July of 2013 after bodies were found near the East Cleveland apartment building where he lived. He could face the death penalty if convicted on those murder charges. A prosecutor told jurors Madison charmed his victims to get close to him, but also harbored hatred for the women in his life. Madison's attorney didn't dispute that he killed the women, but he did say Madison didn't plan the killings and was often confused and had a deep, deep drinking problem. Yeah, I could say he had a major problem. Okay, get you guys some more updates here while we wait for Bernie Sanders in West Virginia. He's going to be in Charleston a little bit later. Okay, a Miami area mayor won his bid to pay a $4,000 ethics fine with pennies and nickels, but only after he agreed to count and box the coins himself. El Nuevo Herald reports that Mayor Carlos Hernandez on Wednesday deposited 140 boxes of pennies totaling $3,500 and 5 boxes of nickels totaling $500 at a Florida bank where the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics and Public Trust has an account. Hernandez tried to pay the fine in November with 28 buckets full of unsorted coins, but the board rejected the payment and sued Hernandez. Wednesday's deposit closes the case. The Ethics Commission ruled last July that Hernandez lied about interest rates he received from a $180,000 loan to a jewelry salesman convicted in a $40 million Ponzi scheme. Wow, how do you get all those coins? That is a lot of coin to come up with $3,500 of pennies. 140 boxes of pennies. I don't know how you collect that many pennies. It's crazy. Hey everybody, it's Maine's rebuilt scallop fishery is enjoying high demand from the culinary world for its prized meaty mollusks, and the 2016 season that ended last month is likely to go down as another strong year. All sea scallops have been growing in value over the past 15 years, and while Maine's catch is a small fraction of the national total, they are a premium product for which restaurants and consumers pay top dollar for. The Maine scallop fishery dwindled to just about 660,000 pounds in 2009 before rebuilding to more than 3 million pounds in each of the last 3 years. State fishing managers credit new regulations, including a rotational management system that protects localized areas from being too heavily fished. The 2016 Maine scallop season, which began in December and ended in April, apparently also was productive, said Tricia Cheney, a marine resource management coordinator with the state. She said the fishery benefits because it can often provide larger scallops than the national fishery, which is anchored in Massachusetts and New Jersey. That's the type of product and high-end restaurants are scrambling for, Cheney said. Fishermen caught about 200,000 pounds of scallops in December, about in line with the previous 2 years. December's catch usually gives an indication of the strength of the season. Maine scallops have also experienced a surge in price in recent years and sold for a record $12.70 per pound at the dock in 2015. The scallops were selling for about that much during the early part of the 2016 season. Dana Black, a Blue Hill scallop fisherman who sells his catch from his home, said his prices have crept up from about $11 to $14 per pound over the past 5 years. He said the rise in value has made for a crowded fishery in recent years, but business has been good. He says, I hope it stays that way. Definitely good news to report there for the East Coast fishing businesses. And gotta love some scallops. Gotta love it. That's why it costs so much at restaurants, because they're paying $12 per pound at the dock. Gotta love it, though. Take you out to the Capitol right now as we wait for Bernie Sanders' live event in West Virginia.
And Cinco de Mayo and National Day of Prayer.
Yes.
Across the nation. It's also Thrifty Thursday.
Celeste is out at Westworld for a preview of the annual Junk in the Trunk spring sale. Hi, Celeste.
Ready for the weekend. I want to show you some of these very cool finds, kind of a vintage chic. This is Julia Wood. She's a local gal right here in Arizona in the northwest part of the valley. She has some of these amazing finds here for you, and she creates a lot of these things. She's going to be here as well. And then Lindsay here. Yeah. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
With Junk in the Trunk. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a walk, and take a gander at some of the other finds that you have here.
Yeah, we have lots of great stuff. We have over 200 vendors coming out with all vintage antiques and handmade items. So this can gives you a good idea of some of the great junk we have out here.
Yeah, I love that. Some of the great junk. Come on out, check it out. Give me an idea for folks who've never been here before, what it's like when they show up. Is it just crowds and crowds of people?
It's really busy, so plan on there being a crowd unless you're coming on Friday night. We do have our VIP option is Friday night at $65, but you will experience much smaller crowds. And then Saturday and Sunday, it's $8 and it's 9 to 4. So you can get all your junking in.
We mentioned junk, but a lot of these items, as we take a look, they're creations. These people actually work on this stuff.
They spend a lot of time prepping all the stuff for this. Our vendors have been working since our last market in September to get everything ready for this market. So they've been collecting across the country.
This has kind of been a hot deal. I mean, people love junking. They love checking out kind of the vintage chic type stuff.
Yeah, they have. It's been definitely a trend right now, but I think the fun thing is that people can find an old piece that has a story to it, and then they like to bring that piece into their home and kind of recreate it and make it their own.
Oh, yes, like this one, the shabby junker.
Yeah.
Yes, kind of put a new twist on it. Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And as you can see, folks, a lot of these vendors are still continuing to set up this morning, getting ready for a big weekend. Hi, good morning to you.
Good. How you doing?
Good. So what's the name of your shop? Or
Bocheck Designs.
Okay, where are you guys from?
Surprise, Arizona.
Oh, right here in the Valley. Yeah. So folks can come out and support you. You're a Valley guy.
Yeah, we're local, yeah.
Give us an idea of what folks will see here. It looks like you got like the Dewey Decimal System type cabinet.
Yeah, they're like filing cabinets, card catalog cabinets on there, so yeah.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much. Have a good time this weekend. Guys, come out tomorrow and then tomorrow night, and then it's all day Saturday and Sunday at Westworld Junk in the Trunk. Okay. We'll see you there.
All right, Celeste. Corey has set up his corner of the world today over at the Sheraton.
It's the best.
The pastry chef.
Lucky you.
Yes.
Oh, lucky indeed. And we're not far away, just a few blocks. And what, you want cantaloupe? We got it.
Oh.
We are in the nerve center of the Sheraton downtown. And I'm telling you, when you get pastry chef Chris Sweers on the job, things are going to be beautiful. They're going to be delicious. This is just a little touch of what we'll be showing you and how these things are created. Everything here, edible. Just beautiful. They're like flower petals. But Chris, you were just telling me this is sugar. I love how it's all handled. Tell me about how this is accomplished.
Yeah, absolutely. So sugar is one of the probably oldest decorative mediums in pastry, and it's probably the least utilized, but it's very similar to glass blowing, glass pooling.
Yeah.
It has that same
It looks
sheen.
like glass, too.
And it's very fragile, too. So just like glass, it breaks.
So quit touching it, Corey.
Yeah, no, you haven't
I'm
touched
just
it
kidding.
yet. You're fine. You're fine. But we heat it.
Show us how that's molded. Yeah, go ahead.
So we heat it. So it's about 130 degrees to keep it pliable. And then the more air you incorporate into it, you can see the sheen that you get.
Look at that. Yes.
Yeah. So it's really important. And then handling it. So if you pull it thin, that's when you get your greatest kind of sheen to it. You get that really nice shine, and then your showpiece looks really beautiful.
Look how pretty that is.
We're just pulling petals because we're going to do.
Show us what you're trying to replicate here, and tell me about this artist.
So this artist, Lingzi, is from Asia, and she actually does two different mediums. So she does watercolor, and then she uses actual flowers and then photographs the images. So I found these a while ago. I thought they were really neat. So I'm kind of taking sugar and replicating kind of an interpretation of mine through her.
This is the painting we're looking at,
Yes.
The watercolor, and this is what you'll be doing. And these are the petals that will adorn her beautiful dress?
So this is all sugar. So the white portion that's been airbrushed is actually a dough called pastillage, but it's sugar-based as well. And then what we're going to do is we're going to heat these, and we're going to start kind of layering them on here. So you can see how fragile they are.
Wow.
And really lightweight, you know.
Really gorgeous.
But they
Well,
create 'em.
I can't wait to see that blowtorch going. We'll talk about this. Look at that. Next time we get together, Oh, that's right. We can start building the dress. More coming your way from pastry chef Chris Sweers and all the gang at the Sheraton.
They do such a great job.
Look at this.
That is so
We'll see you guys again in a few minutes.
If you want to go on a mini vacation, just go over there and have dessert.
There you go. Seriously.
Yeah, mini vacation. It's almost the same thing as having a cigar.
Yeah.
It's a mini vacation.
Yes.
Hurry in here before we go. Hey, Cor.
Morning again, Rick. We're here still at the Sheraton Grand, about 3rd and Van Buren, the beautiful new Sheraton here downtown. And we're still with pastry chef Chris Sweers, and love the way you're manipulating this sugar rather. But behind me, if you can talk while you're working over there.
Yep.
This is so lovely. Everything we're looking at here, edible. From the base to the background to the dancers themselves.
Yes, absolutely. Everything's 100% sugar, so everything's completely edible. It's just a different medium that we work in as artists. So yeah, it's, you know.
You're really in the happiness business.
Absolutely,
I'm
yeah.
sure it must be very satisfying when people are going to be at brunch here at the Sheraton on Sunday, 11 to 3, by the way. And I'm sure you see lots of folks getting up close. They want to see whether it's real, are they real flowers, and it must be really fun for you.
It is, absolutely. When people ask, you know, oh, is this glass? I think that's probably one of the biggest compliments you can get. Or people compare you, you know, to an artist like Dale Chihuly. It's a glass artist, you know. So yeah,
sure.
absolutely.
Gosh, and what this is, how do you get the color into
So
this?
we actually use water-based color. The reason we use water-based is because the water evaporates, the pigment stays behind, versus a gel-based color, which actually has like corn syrup or glycerin. It would actually cause the sugar to crystallize. But
look at this.
Yeah, so we have
Gorgeous.
all kinds of fun stuff going on for brunch this weekend.
Yeah, tell me, we've got about 20 seconds left. What happens Sunday?
So we have brunch 10 to 3. Reservations highly recommended. It's $38. We do recommend reservations because we're filling up really quick, but a lot of fun stuff in the works. So.
Yeah. Very good. Well, come see us at the Sheraton Grand right here downtown. I love this, Rick, Andrea. It's so, everything's so delicate.
Oh.
Eat away.
Corey.
Corey. In addition to being Friday Eve and day after Hump Day,
And Cinco de Mayo.
and Cinco de Mayo, and National Day of Prayer
Yes.
across the nation, it's also Thrifty Thursday. Happening this hour, Valley police officers are taking part in a special torch run. It's for the Special Olympics.
Oh, this is wonderful. Liz is in North Phoenix with more. Good morning, everyone. We're here with a lot of officers from the Phoenix Police Department, the north part of the valley, and they are all getting ready to start running and biking about 8 miles, more than 8 miles for the Special Olympics. Now, Officer James Holmes with the Phoenix Police Department. So tell me, you guys have been doing this for how long?
We've been at this for 29 years now, carrying the torch of hope for Special Olympics Arizona. It's absolutely the greatest thing.
And it's not just you guys.
Oh, no, it's not. It's law enforcement across the state. As a matter of fact, even as we speak, they are converging on the valley, getting prepared for the opening ceremony of the Special Olympics this weekend. The opening ceremony is tomorrow night, 6:45, out at Raymond H. Kellis High School in Glendale, and the Summer Games begin on Saturday.
How many officers and law enforcement agencies are involved in all of this?
Oh my goodness, if you can imagine, every law enforcement agency in the state of Arizona is involved in the law enforcement torch run. We're the biggest supporters of Special Olympics worldwide, as a matter of fact. So certainly, you know, I got 2,600. In some way, they're all involved in the law enforcement torch run and Special Olympics Arizona.
And you guys have been fundraising and raising money prior to this, right?
We have, and you know, we contribute well over $1 million every year to Special Olympics Arizona, so that those with intellectual disabilities not only can compete, but also that money goes towards their education and their health care and things like that. And they are the proudest individuals you've ever seen. And if you've never seen anything good or great like that, you need to come out to the Summer Games. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Okay, so we know that everyone here has been waiting very patiently. Are you guys ready?
Are you going to give them the start?
Can I?
You can give them the start. Make sure.
Oh, me? All right, everyone. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. 8 miles.
And they're off, everyone. Fabulous. All right. Can anyone help you guys right now to support you if anyone's watching and wants to?
You know what? If the citizens are out there and they want to, what they can do is they can go to soaz.org, see what the organization is all about. They can make contributions there. And in doing that, not only are they supporting the Olympians, they're supporting their local law enforcement. Just a lot of information out there. And please be careful if you're up north, because these guys have got a long way to run.
Absolutely. All right. Officer Holmes, thank you so much. Back to you.
In addition to being Friday Eve and day after Hump Day,
And Cinco de Mayo.
And National Day of Prayer
Yes.
across the nation, it's also Thrifty Thursday.
Celeste is out at Westworld for a preview of the annual Junk in the Trunk spring sale. Hi, Celeste.
Ready for the weekend. I want to show you some of these very cool finds, kind of a vintage chic. This is Julia Wood. She's a local gal right here in Arizona in the northwest part of the valley. She has some of these amazing finds here for you, and she creates a lot of these things. She's going to be here as well. And then Lindsay here. Yeah. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
With Junk in the Trunk.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a walk, and take a gander at some of the other finds that you have here.
Yeah, we have lots of great stuff. We have over 200 vendors coming out with all vintage antiques and handmade items. So this gives you a good idea of some of the great junk we have out here.
Yeah, I love that. Some of the great junk. Come on out, check it out. Give me an idea for folks who've never been here before, what it's like when they show up. Is it just crowds and crowds of people?
It's really busy, so plan on there being a crowd unless you're coming on Friday night. We do have our VIP option is Friday night at $65, but you will experience much smaller crowds. And then Saturday and Sunday it's $8 and it's 9 to 4. So you can get all your junking in.
We mentioned junk, but a lot of these items, as we take a look, they're creations. These people actually work on this
stuff. They spend a lot of time prepping all the stuff for this. Our vendors have been working since our last market in September to get everything ready for this market. So they've been collecting across the country.
This has kind of been a hot deal. I mean, people love junking. They love checking out kind of the vintage chic type stuff.
Yeah, they have. It's been definitely a trend right now, but I think the fun thing is that people can find an old piece that has a story to it, and then they like to bring that piece into their home and kind of recreate it and make it their own.
Oh, yes, like this one, the shabby junker.
Yeah.
Yes, kind of put a new twist on it. Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And as you can see, folks, a lot of these vendors are still continuing to set up this morning, getting ready for a big weekend. Hi, good morning to you.
Good. How you doing?
Good. So what's the name of your shop? Or
Bocheck Designs.
Okay, where are you guys from?
Surprise, Arizona.
Oh, right here in the valley. Yeah. So folks can come out and support you. You're a valley guy.
Yeah, we're local. Yeah.
Give us an idea of what folks will see here. It looks like you got like the Dewey Decimal System type cabinet.
Yeah, they're like filing cabinets, card catalog cabinets on there. So yeah.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good time this weekend. Guys, come out tomorrow and then tomorrow night, and then it's all day Saturday and Sunday at Westworld Junk in the Trunk.
Okay.
We'll see you there.
Courtney is live and
Oh my goodness.
what app is this again?
This is Snapchat, right?
Snapchat, right?
Not only do I have a wig on in Princess Leia, but Brian has also come up with a new little creative thing here through Snapchat. I don't know what I look like. I'm not sure what face it's on right now, but he can't get enough of it. But anyway, we're at Keep It Cut. There we go. Here I am, guys, with my wig, joined with Jacob. Now, you guys have been doing this for 3 years. Huge success. So what exactly is it? Anybody can come in and just bring any kind of memorabilia for Star Wars?
Yeah, we really enjoyed Star Wars growing up, so we thought it'd be fun to do a promotion for May the 4th. So anyone who comes in with any Star Wars memorabilia, just show us you're a fan. It could be a lightsaber, it could be a poster, it could be a coffee mug. Show us your Star Wars.
Corey has set up his corner of the world today over at the Sheraton.
It's the best.
The pastry chef.
Lucky you.
Yes.
Oh, lucky indeed. And we're not far away, just a few blocks. And what, you want cantaloupe? We got it.
Oh.
We are in the nerve center of the Sheraton downtown. And I'm telling you, when you get pastry chef Chris Sweers on the job, things are going to be beautiful. They're going to be delicious. This is just a little touch of what we'll be showing you and how these things are created. Everything here, edible. just beautiful. They're like flower petals. But Chris, you were just telling me this is sugar. I love how it's all handled. Tell me about how this is accomplished.
Yeah, absolutely. So sugar is one of the probably oldest decorative mediums in pastry, and it's probably the least utilized, but it's very similar to glass blowing, glass pooling.
Yeah.
It has that same
It looks
sheen.
like glass, too.
And it's very fragile too. So just like glass, it breaks.
So quit touching it, Corey.
Yeah, no, you haven't
I'm
touched
just
it
kidding.
yet. You're fine. You're fine. But we
Show
heat
us
it.
how that's molded. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so we heat it. So it's about 130 degrees to keep it pliable. And then the more air you incorporate into it, you can see the sheen that you get.
Look at that,
Yeah,
yes.
so it's really important. And then handling it. So if you pull it thin, that's when you get your greatest kind of sheen to it. You get that really nice shine, and then your showpiece looks really beautiful.
Look how pretty that
We're
is.
just pulling petals because we're going to do...
Yeah, show us what you're trying to replicate here, and tell me about this artist.
So this artist, Lingzi, is from Asia, and she actually does two different mediums. So she does watercolor, and then she uses actual flowers and then photographs the images. So I found these a while ago. I thought they were really neat. So I'm kind of taking sugar and replicating kind of an interpretation of mine through her.
This is the painting we're looking at,
Yes.
The watercolor, and this is what you'll be doing. And these are the petals that will adorn her beautiful dress?
So this is all sugar. So the white portion that's been airbrushed is actually a dough called pastillage, but it's sugar-based as well. And then what we're going to do is we're going to heat these, and we're going to start kind of layering them on here. So you can see how fragile they are.
Wow.
And really lightweight, you know.
Really gorgeous.
But they
Well,
create 'em.
I can't wait to see that blowtorch going. We'll talk about this. Look at that. Next time we get together. Oh, that's right. We can start building the dress. More coming your way from pastry chef Chris Sweers and all the gang at the Sheraton.
They do such a great job.
Look at this.
That is so
We'll see you guys again in a few minutes.
If you want to go on a mini vacation, just go over there and have dessert.
There you go. Seriously.
Yeah, mini vacation. It's almost the same thing as having a cigar.
Yeah.
It's a mini vacation.
Yes.
Hurry in here before we go. Hey, Cor.
Morning again, Rick. We're here still at the Sheraton Grand, about 3rd and Van Buren, the beautiful new Sheraton here downtown. And we're still with pastry chef Chris Sweers, and love the way you're manipulating this sugar rather. But behind me, if you can talk while you're working over there, this is so lovely. Everything we're looking at here, edible. From the base to the background to the dancers themselves.
Yes, absolutely. Everything's 100% sugar, so everything's completely edible. It's just a different medium that we work in as artists. So yeah, it's, you know.
You're really in the happiness business.
Absolutely,
I'm
yeah.
sure it must be very satisfying when people are going to be at brunch here at the Sheraton on Sunday, 11 to 3, by the way. And I'm sure you see lots of folks getting up close. They want to see whether it's real, are they real flowers, and it must be really fun for you.
It is, absolutely. When people ask, you know, oh, is this glass? I think that's probably one of the biggest compliments you can get. Or people compare you, you know, to an artist like Dale Chihuly. It's a glass artist, you know. So, yeah,
sure.
absolutely.
Gosh, and what this is, how do you get the color into
So
this?
we actually use water-based color. The reason we use water-based is because the water evaporates, the pigment stays behind, versus a gel-based color, which actually has like corn syrup or glycerin. It would actually cause the sugar to crystallize. But
look at this.
yeah, so we have
Gorgeous.
all kinds of fun stuff going on for brunch this weekend.
Yeah, tell me, we've got about 20 seconds left. What happens Sunday?
So we have brunch 10 to 3. Reservations highly recommended. It's $38. We do recommend reservations because we're filling up really quick, but a lot of fun stuff in the works. So.
Yeah. Very good. Well, come see us at the Sheraton Grand right here downtown. I love this, Rick, Andrea. It's so, everything's so delicate. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Fox 10 News Now stream. 12:30 here, still waiting on that Bernie Sanders event to start up in Charleston, West Virginia. Just been told by Fox that the shot has not been established yet, so don't even worry. You're not missing anything if you're waiting for that Bernie Sanders event. It hasn't started yet, but as soon as they get going there in West Virginia, we'll bring it to you live on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. And at 1 o'clock, President Obama will have a Cinco de Mayo celebration at the White House coming up in just about a half an hour away. So a lot going on
on the Fox 10 News Now stream. I want to bring this to your attention because this looks really, really neat. It's happening on Monday. And let me just... You're going to have to look up into the sky to see it. But let me break this down for you, and I'll take it up full for you. So this is what is happening on Monday. NASA will broadcast a stunning view of Mercury on May 9th as it journeys across the sun. The event, known as a transit, occurs when Mercury passes directly between Earth and the sun. The rare phenomenon will cause Mercury to look like a black dot gliding across the sun's surface. Mercury's last transit was in 2006, and it won't happen again until 2019. Starting at 7:12 Eastern Time, Mercury will spend more than 7 hours traveling across the sun. NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory will take the first near real-time ultra-high-definition images ever for this event. This is also an opportunity for NASA scientists to fine-tune the spacecraft's cameras using a method that can only be done during transit. NASA scientists are available. It says scientists have been using transits for hundreds of years to study the planets in our solar system. When a planet crosses the front of the sun, it causes the sun brightness to dim. Scientists can measure similar brightness dips from other stars to find planets orbiting them, and can calculate their sizes, how far away the planets are from their stars, and even get hints of what they're made of. Upcoming NASA missions will watch for transits across our solar system in order to find new planets, including some that could resemble Earth. So that is going to be a cool event coming up on Monday. As a result, Mercury transit happens only about 13 times a century. The last one was in 2006, and the next one won't happen until 2019. The views recorded by NASA's sun-observing spacecraft during the May 9th transit. All right, folks, we're going to take you to a tape playback of new tobacco regulations by the FDA,
so that they can comply. And some will argue that oversight of e-cigarettes may hinder cessation efforts. We don't have the evidence yet that supports this, though we're working hard to learn more, and this step will help us do that. In the meantime, we know that there are many other proven cessation tools that are available. These regulations are common sense. People who buy e-cigarettes and other tobacco products deserve to have the facts so that they can make informed decisions about their purchase. And as a nation, we've agreed for many years that nicotine does not belong in the hands of children. Every death caused by tobacco is preventable. Every mother, lost brother, grandfather, friend who is no longer is a tragedy that did not have to be. Progress has been made, but the context has changed. So we need to act. We owe it to ourselves to do better. We can do better, and breaking the cycle of addiction starts with so many young people, and that is the first step. This is a public health effort we started more than 50 years ago, and now it's time to take the next step forward. With that, let me turn it over to Dr. Rob Califf.
Good morning. And thank you, Secretary Burwell, and thank you to all those who are joining us today. First, I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone who's worked tirelessly to reach this historic milestone. It's been just under 7 years since Congress passed the Tobacco Control Act. This important law gave the FDA the authority to oversee the manufacture, distribution, and marketing of traditional products like cigarettes and smokeless tobacco. In carrying out its duties and responsibilities under the law signed by the President in 2009, the agency is working to make tobacco-related disease and death part of America's past, not its future. Since creating our Center for Tobacco Products, the the FDA has remained laser focused on that important mission. And we've made a great deal of progress. The FDA has worked to ensure that traditional products like cigarettes and smokeless tobacco stay out of the hands of children. Our enforcement efforts make sure that manufacturers and retailers are complying with the law. We've continued important work to educate youth about the dangers of tobacco use through successful and dynamic national campaigns like The Real Cost and Fresh Empire. Earlier this week, we also launched This Free Life, the first ever LGBT young adult tobacco prevention campaign. And we have more campaigns coming. The agency has also remained busy reviewing product changes and other new products and leading cutting-edge research to learn more about new and novel products in today's rapidly evolving marketplace. We also work hard to make sure that our activities complement all ongoing tobacco control initiatives at the federal, state, and local levels. Today, we build upon these efforts by finalizing a critically important foundational rule that extends the FDA's tobacco authority to cover additional tobacco products, including e-cigarettes, cigars, and hookah tobacco, among others. Of utmost importance, this rule will help us tackle the alarming increase of youth use of these highly addictive tobacco products by further restricting sales to minors. On the issue of youth access, I hope that manufacturers and retailers share our concern about youth use of any tobacco product. That means not only making sure that tobacco products don't end up in the hands of kids, but as responsible members of industry, looking at your products themselves and how they are marketed to make sure children don't want to buy or use them in the first place. The agency's ability to regulate a wider range of tobacco products also provides us with a significant opportunity to effectively reduce tobacco-related disease and death. And let me just say, as a physician, I've seen firsthand the devastating health effects of tobacco use, caring for patients that have suffered from heart disease, stroke, and a long list of cancers and other heart-wrenching outcomes caused by tobacco use. To build on some of the pieces of the rule that the Secretary mentioned, today's action is a huge step forward for consumer protection. With this rule, the FDA will be able to prevent misleading claims and provide consumers with information to help them better understand the risks of tobacco use. Importantly, the rule also will allow the FDA to evaluate the ingredients of these additional tobacco products, how the products are made, and their potential impact on public health. The FDA's unique position as a regulatory agency allows for a framework of decision-making based on and within the limits of both science and law. Like everything we do, the FDA's policies will continue to be based on a thorough scientific evaluation of how individual products in each category may affect public health. To that end, the FDA has built a robust regulatory science program to conduct and fund research designed to help us better understand the risks associated with tobacco use. Armed with a strong scientific base, we will continue to do our job under the Tobacco Control Act to protect Americans from the dangers of tobacco use. Thank you, and I'll turn it back over to the Secretary now.
With that, we'd be happy to take some questions if there are any.
We have Casey and Christian with the panel.
Hi there, Phil Galowitz with Kaiser Health News. How do you plan to enforce this? Is this going to be left up to local communities to enforce, the states? Is the feds going to be doing enforcement?
I'll turn to Dr. Califf, and actually, Mitch, you probably want to talk a little bit about enforcement, too.
Yeah, I definitely will want Mitch to give you the details here, but what I've learned since arriving at the FDA a year ago and being commissioner 2 months ago is that this is an area like many that we deal with. It really requires coordination among multiple efforts, and so we always work closely, particularly with the states now, because many states have passed relevant laws, but there's definitely a robust federal enforcement system plan. None of us want to have children in stores using these products. And so I'll now let Mitch maybe describe a bit more detail.
Just a couple of examples of how we will enforce the rule after it goes into effect. There are some provisions like the youth access restrictions that go into effect 90 days after the rule publishes. We have a robust compliance and enforcement program that's done through contracts at the state and local level. and we have been preparing for day 91 when those provisions will kick in, and we will be adding to the inspections that we have been doing at retail to include all of the products that are covered by the final deeming rule. So we will hit the ground running as soon as each of these provisions go into effect. Other provisions will take longer to go into effect, and we will do it the traditional way that FDA does: manufacturing inspections, monitoring, surveillance. So as the Commissioner and the Secretary have said, a very robust compliance and enforcement program.
Others?
Hi, Matt Perrone, AP. It sounds like the FDA is going to take, or hopes to take, the flavors out of cigars, which are obviously becoming more popular in high school students, but isn't doing the same for e-cigarettes, which are, as you said, also increasing in use among teenagers. Can you talk about the rationale for that, leaving the flavors in for e-cigarettes?
With regard to that, I will actually, Mitchell, why don't you take part? But I think, as you just appropriately indicated, I think it's important to reflect, because I think it's surprising to most people that right now, among high school boys, nearly 50% of them, about half of them, are using cigars as the product that they're using. And I think that's a surprising statistic, at least as I was entering into that. That's surprising. When we look at that group that's using cigars, 63% of them are using flavored products. So the statistics and evidence that we see, it's also built on the back of the evidence that we have seen traditionally with regard to flavored cigarettes and the attraction of that. It's also, in terms of the interviews and research, we know that flavors are a big part of what attract youth. But why don't, Mitch, you speak to the issue of the e-cigarette part?
Sure. To reinforce what the Secretary said, more teenage boys experiment with a cigar every day for the first time than light up a cigarette. So compelling reasons to extend the existing ban on what we call characterizing flavors in cigarettes to cigars. As for e-cigarettes, it's really important to remember what we're doing today is taking a foundational step to bring all of what had been previously unregulated products, which we have likened to the wild, wild west, with kids using e-cigarettes way more than using cigarettes, with e-cigarettes with exploding batteries that are causing burns and disfigurement. And this is a foundational step to finally have the authority to figure out what additional tools and provisions in the law should be applied to what had previously been completely unregulated products. We're looking at the flavors issue with e-cigarettes. We got many comments on every side of the argument about flavors in e-cigarettes being a problem, to flavors in e-cigarettes, according to some commenters, actually helping some currently addicted cigarette smokers completely switch to e-cigarettes. So we're going to sort through the science. As you've heard us say, we are a science agency, and we can only go as far as the science will take us. Armed with answers to questions down the road, such as who is using e-cigarettes and how are they being used? How many addicted smokers are actually quitting? How many addicted smokers are actually engaging in permanent dual use of e-cigarettes? Once we have answers to those e-cigarettes and cigarettes, once we have answers to those questions, we'll be able to address issues like what should we do about flavors in e-cigarettes. But very important to understand that today is a first step, a foundational step to bring all of these previously unregulated products into the world of being regulated.
Hi, Jeannie Bauman from Bloomberg BNA. I was hoping you could talk about the substantially equivalent language for e-cigarette products that were on the market before early 2007 and how this proposed rule would impact that.
That'll come to pass in terms of when people come in and do the application process, which we have a timetable that is a part of the rule. But Mitch, do you want to speak specifically to how that'll happen? They'll be reviewed as they come in, but go ahead.
We received a lot of comments during the comment process, and understand we received over 135,000 comments in response to the proposed rule that was published in April of 2014. And there were a number of comments on the issue of substantial equivalence in e-cigarettes. I think that the reality for e-cigarettes is that all of the pre-market pathways that are available under the statute, principally substantial equivalence and what we call PMTA, or pre-market tobacco application. Because of the newness of e-cigarettes, the most likely pathway that they will be seeking for marketing authorization will not be substantial equivalence. It will be the pre-market tobacco application process. And that's why one of the companion documents that we're releasing today is a draft guidance to help e-cigarette manufacturers navigate the PMTA process, which is going to be new to them. There may be an e-cigarette that could possibly serve on a case-by-case basis as a predicate in the world of substantial equivalence. There may have been a product that was on the market as of February 15th, 2007. But the way the law works, this isn't FDA's interpretation of the law, it is the law. The way the law works is if an e-cigarette manufacturer wants to file a substantial equivalence application with us, they have the legal burden of proving to us that there was a valid predicate on the market as of February 15th, 2007.
Yes.
I just wonder, I was told that the every different flavor and different nicotine level would require a different application, and I just wonder, to the earlier question, whether that might cut down on some of the different flavors. Supposedly it's very expensive to file an application.
This gets to what Mitch was just discussing in terms of the application process, so I'll let you finish.
I think that we are likely to see some consolidation as this goes forward. Right now, there are so-called vape shops that really wear two hats. They're retailers selling these products, but in the back room they're also mixing e-liquids, flavors, and that means under the law that they are manufacturers. We would expect over time that there would be consolidation of the nature of the operation of vape shops. But understand that in response to the comments on how much time, regardless of the type of product, how much time should companies have to file their applications to bring new products to market? And we thought long and hard about what's a reasonable and sensible approach, balancing all of these considerations, kids' use of flavors, anecdotal reports that some adults are quitting with flavors, and where we landed, and this is going to be of greatest relevance to e-cigarettes, is if the likely pathway is the pre-market tobacco application, then they're going to have basically up to 3 years plus to continue to sell the current products. A point in time will come where if there isn't an authorization for the product, then they're subject to enforcement. But we try to balance all of these considerations knowing that these so-called PMTA applications are going to be more extensive and more complicated and require more time. And as you heard in the Secretary and the Commissioner's remarks, we're also in a position to provide assistance and in certain circumstances some relief for any small-scale tobacco manufacturer, whether they're making e-cigarettes, cigars, hookah, or pipes.
Any other questions?
Thank you all.
Thank you for
all of the material from the press conference will be up on our YouTube site, and we'll have it in Dropbox, and we'll email out a link to that as well after the conference.
Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you.
A drowning man reaching for a spider web. I really didn't believe in the process. So I got on the phone, and it's my attorney, David Ogden. And he said, well, I have some good news for you. I said, what's going on? He said, well, I'd like to tell you.
1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Yeah, that's on. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Reading that. Happy in the back. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Kind of low. 1, 2, 1, 2. No. 1, 1. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Yeah, but they won't do that. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Huh? Right. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. All right. Yeah, okay. check, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. One more check, 1 2. One, two, 1 2. Ladies and gentlemen, damas y caballeros, por favor, bienvenida a Yaneli Gonzalez.
My name is Yaneli Gonzalez. I am 17 years old. I'm a senior in high school in Denver, Colorado. I volunteer with Mi Familia Vota, a group that helps, it's a group that helps Latinos apply for citizenship and also voter registration. Yeah, I'm honored to be here at the White House Cinco de Mayo celebration, which celebrates our Mexican heritage. Just a few months ago, I couldn't imagine I would be here. But I'm here because of my parents. I'm grateful for them for all they have done to protect us from struggles they face every day. My mother was born in Juarez and was only 14 when she moved to the United States. My father came from Zacatecas when he was 19. I have 7 brothers and sisters, and we are all citizens, but my parents are undocumented. Both of my parents would be eligible for DAPA policy announced by President Obama, and we are thankful for the president for taking this important step. DAPA for parents of U.S. citizens like me would be good for many families like mine. It could help my parents get steady jobs and let our family live without the constant fear of being separated. I'm a proud citizen of the United States. So I'm doing my part by making my voice heard on the issues that I care about the only way I know how, with my vote. This November, I will be voting in my first election. I believe in the power of my vote because it's equal to any other person's. My vote counts the same as anyone else's. It doesn't matter where my parents were born or the color of their skin. I do have one regret, that I will not be able to vote for a 3rd term for President Obama. So God bless you, Mr. President. It is my honor to introduce to you the leaders who fight for our families every day, the President of the United States, Barack Obama, and Vice President Joe Biden.
Hello, everybody. No, I can't. No. Let me say, in addition to the Constitution, Michelle will not allow that. Buenas tardes. Feliz 5 de Mayo. Bienvenidos a la Casa Blanca. This is one of our best fiestas of the year, and I want to thank Yaneli for not only the introduction, but for being just what an unbelievable example of the young people who are going to be leading us in the future. She wasn't even nervous backstage. I mean, she knew she was going to do great. So we're so proud of her. We have a couple of guests I want to just make sure to mention. Representative Joaquin Castro is in the house from the great state of Texas. I know your parents are proud of you, and we're proud of you. I want to thank our special guest chef, Johnny Hernandez, who brought his taco and margarita recipes all the way from San Antonio. And give it up for our outstanding performers, Mana. I was thinking about coming out and playing, but I decided maybe not. Let me not spoil the party. We all know the story of Cinco de Mayo. 154 years ago, the French, one of the strongest armies of the 19th century, marched on the tiny town of Puebla. An ill-equipped and hastily trained band of Mexican patriots grabbed whatever weapons they could find, and they fought off the opposing forces and eventually regained full independence. 150 years later, Americans and Mexicans still celebrate Cinco de Mayo. In backyard barbecues, baseball parks, from Chicago to Austin, folks are enjoying music and food, good times with family and friends, just like we're doing here today. Earlier, I had a chance to speak with President Peña Nieto of Mexico about our shared work on advancing the prosperity and the security of Americans and Mexicans, and so I wished him a happy Cinco de Mayo, and he asked me to extend the same to you, so I'm doing my duty here. It's a reminder of not just a holiday, but the incredible bonds that our two countries share. Hey! And on my final Cinco de Mayo at the White House, in the company of this extraordinary group, I want to remind everybody of everything we've gotten done. We've been busy, and we couldn't have done it without you. Together, we increased high school and college graduation rates, cutting the Latino dropout rate by more than half since 2000. Together, we ensured that more than 700,000 dreamers had the opportunity to reach their potential. Together, we continue to fight to fix our broken immigration system. The fact that we weren't able to get it through Congress has been one of the most frustrating aspects of my presidency, but our ability to take actions within my legal authority to make our immigration system fairer and smarter and more just, I continue to believe are going to help pave the way for us to finally get the law passed through the next Congress. And I got to tell you, I'm going to keep on working on this, not just as president, but as a citizen once I'm leaving here, because I think it's one of the most important things we can get done. Now, in order to do that, everybody's got to follow this young lady's lead and get out there and vote. So we'll have another occasion to talk about that. but we're going to have some historic turnout rates come November. Today is really then not just a celebration of all that we've gotten done, but it's a commitment to continue our work. Change is hard. Sometimes it takes time. Sometimes you take 2 steps forward and then you have to take 1 step back. But it's always possible to bring about the change we hope for as long as good people are willing to work together and remain committed, willing to march and organize and vote and educate our friends and our families and our neighbors and tell the stories of all the incredible people who have contributed to this great nation of ours, who were immigrants, who came from some other place but ended up weaving their stories together with people from all around the globe to make this unique country we call America. Change is possible because of people like you. It's because of people like Efrain Escobedo. I want to tell his story because Efrain was born in Los Angeles to 2 immigrants from Mexico. As an oldest child, Efrain took on the role as his parents' advocate, translating for them in school and at the doctor's office. And when he turned 18, eager to exercise his new right to vote, he realized that his parents couldn't vote. He said, I had these 2 parents who raised me to love this country and worked so hard to be there, and yet in a very important way, they weren't part of this democracy. And the more Efrain learned about the power of his vote, the more he threw himself into the work of turning whole neighborhoods of people like him into active and engaged citizens. And through the organization where he works, the California Community Foundation, he's worked tirelessly to encourage people to apply for citizenship and become involved in their communities and to vote and to consider running for office themselves. In 2007, with other Latino leaders, he helped lead a campaign to encourage people to become U.S. citizens, and he joined the citizenship campaign I launched last September. And since Efrain's campaign was launched, millions of people have become U.S. citizens and active participants in our democracy. And that just shows you the difference that one person can make. If we use our democracy, he says, it does work and every vote really does count. Throughout this room, all across this land, we're blessed with people like Efrain. And that's what makes strong communities. That's what makes for a strong country. People working to push this country forward, even just a little bit, and then handing it off in better shape for future generations. And that's really what we celebrate here today. And for that, I want to thank you. For that, I think you've all earned a few margaritas. So, thank you, everybody. God bless you. God bless America. Viva Mexico. Everybody want to meet you and shake their hand. Come on.
You can't do it on $10,000, $12,000. Yeah. Now, my Republican colleagues, they have the brilliant idea in the Senate of wanting to lower Social Security benefits. You're absolutely right. We ain't going to lower Social Security benefits. In fact, we're going to expand Social Security benefits. I think all of you know that a great nation is judged not by how many billionaires it has or how many nuclear weapons it has. It is judged by how we treat the weakest and most vulnerable amongst us. And the truth is that if we use that criteria in terms of our seniors and in terms of our children, we are not today doing very well. And I want to see us change that. This campaign is listening to young people. And young people are telling us two things. Number one, they are asking, how does it happen that for the first time in the modern history of the United States of America, their generation may have a lower standard of living than their parents? You got that? Okay. My father came to this country at the age of 17 with no money. He never made any money. We never had any money. But he and my mom worked hard, and their dream, which is the American dream of millions of families, the American dream is parents work hard so their kids do better. That's it. Together, we will not allow that dream to die. We will not allow our kids and our grandchildren to have a lower standard of living than their parents. And then there's something else that young people are asking me. And they're saying, you know, our parents and our teachers and our community say, do the right thing. And what the right thing is, get all of the education that you possibly can. Because education, A, is inherently a good thing, being human. All right, we all want to be learning until the day we die. That's what being a human being is about. But second of all, we live in a very competitive global economy. And if we are going to compete effectively, we need the best educated workforce in the world. So young people understand that, and they go out and they get the best education they can. But then what happens is they find themselves $30,000, $50,000, $70,000 in debt. Anybody here having student debt? Okay. And young people are asking, why is it that when we did the right thing for ourselves, for our communities, and for the country, because we need a well-educated workforce, why are we being punished for decades of debt? What this campaign is about is asking the American people to think outside of the box, think outside of the status quo. Obviously, there is no debate that education is important and we need our people to be educated. Everybody agrees with that. Why are we punishing millions of people for doing degree today is more or less the equivalent of what a high school degree was 50 years ago. And what that means to me is that when we talk about public education today, talking about first grade through 12th grade is not good enough. We have got to make our public colleges and universities tuition free. Does anybody here think about that for a moment? Does anybody here really think that that is a radical idea? It really isn't. It is an absolute common sense idea for a competitive economy and an educational world where technology has changed what we do. Now, it is also an idea, by the way, that Germany and Scandinavian countries have long embraced. They understand that investing in their young people is investing in the future of their countries, and they are absolutely right. You know, in McDowell County this morning, what I heard from people is that for the kids there, the idea of going to college was the equivalent of going to the moon. It is not within their purview. It's not anything they think possible. Well, but when we make public colleges and universities tuition free, and when every mother and father and teacher and kid knows that, you know what that does? That says to the children, if I study hard, if I do well in school, regardless of the income of my family, I will be able to get a college education. And the other thing that we have got to do is take that burden, that oppressive burden of student debt, off the backs of millions of people today. There are people paying 6, 7, 8, 10% interest rates on their student debt. I believe they should be able to refinance those debts and get the lowest interest rates that they can find. Now, this is thinking outside of the box. 8 years ago or so, after Wall Street's greed, recklessness, and illegal behavior drove this economy into the worst recession since the Great Depression, Wall Street went begging to the United States Congress. They said, oh, please bail us out. We'll be good boys. Well, against my vote, they did get a bailout. Now, in my view, it is time to impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. This is not a radical idea, and it is an important idea for a number of reasons. But among other things, that one tax on Wall Street speculation would bring in more than enough money to make public colleges and universities tuition free and substantially lower student debt. And what this campaign is saying to the billionaire class, that at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, you cannot have it all. We are not going to continue to see millions of people struggling with student debt, kids in McDowell County who are hungry. We're not going to continue to see that. We are going to demand that the billionaire class and Wall Street start paying their fair share of taxes. This campaign is asking the American people to think about one very important point, and that is we are the only major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to all people as a right. United Kingdom, health care for all. Germany, France, health care for all. Holland, health care for all. Scandinavia, health care for all. I live in Burlington, Vermont, 50 miles from the Canadian border. They've had health care for all for many, many decades. All right. Today, we have made progress as a result of the Affordable Care Act. That has made some real progress in this country. But it has not done enough. We have today 29 million Americans with zero health insurance. We have many of you who are underinsured with high deductibles and copayments. Am I right? And what that means is that even if you have health insurance and you get sick and you have a high deductible or copayment, you know what happens? You're not going to go to the doctor. Is that right? All right. So you got health insurance, may kick in if you get hit by a truck, but when you need it, it often does not work because you can't afford the deductible or the copayment. And then on top of all of that, every person in this room and every American is being ripped off unconscionably by the greed of the drug companies. If you want to hear about crazy, this is crazy. 1 out of 5 Americans who gets a prescription from a doctor cannot afford to fill that prescription. So in other words, you go to the doctor because you're sick, the doctor diagnoses, gives you a prescription, but you can't afford to fill it. There are elderly people in Vermont and in West Virginia. You know what they're doing now? They cut their pills in half because they cannot afford the medicine that they need. And then you have the absurdity of the 3 top drug companies last year making $45 billion in profits. So, it seems to me that at a time when we end up spending much, much more for health care than the people of any other country, the time is now to do what every other major country on earth does. I have been attacked for saying this throughout the campaign, so let me say it again. No ambiguity. I believe that health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. And I believe we should go forward and pass a Medicare for all single-payer program. And I want you to appreciate what that means. And again, what this entire campaign is about is urging the American people to think outside of the status quo. Think about having a Medicare for all system so when you get sick, you don't hesitate about going to the doctor. Think that if you, God forbid, end up in a hospital and run up a huge bill, you don't go bankrupt because that is covered by the healthcare system. And think, and again, these are not radical ideas. These are ideas that exist in almost every major country. Now, think about this one. There are millions of Americans who stay on the jobs they are on, not because they like the jobs, but because they have good health insurance programs. All right? I remember there was a guy who re-enlisted in the military. He was rather old, and they said, well, it's kind of strange. You're 55 or something. Why are you re-enlisting? And he said, well, my wife has breast cancer. That's the only way I can get her the health insurance she needs. Think about in America where you don't have to stay on a job you don't like, but you can go out, start a business, or do what you want and not have to worry about not having health insurance for your family. Think about small or medium-sized businesses that don't have to spend half their lives figuring about how they're going to get health insurance for their employees, because everybody has health insurance. And I want to touch on another issue now that this campaign has talked about a whole lot, and that is a broken criminal justice system. What does that mean? It means that we have more people in jail than any other country on earth. Think about it. Wealthiest country on earth, yet we have more people, 2.2 million people in jail. We're spending $80 billion a year at the local, state, federal level locking people up. Now, why is that? What's going on there? Well, for a start, in communities all over this country, what you have are horrendously high levels of youth unemployment. I think that instead of investing in jails and incarceration, it might make more sense to invest in jobs and education for our young people. You know, when young people have nothing to do, they have no future, bad things happen. And we can do better for them than that. And the other thing we have to do is look at local police departments around this country. In my view, and I've worked with police officers for decades. I was mayor of the city of Burlington, Vermont. The vast majority of police officers are honest and hardworking and doing very difficult jobs. But if a police officer breaks the law, you know what? Like any other public official, that officer must be held accountable. We have got to demilitarize our local police departments. We have got to make police departments reflect the diversity of the communities they serve. We have got to do away with corporate ownership of prisons and detention centers. People should not be making a profit by imprisoning fellow Americans. We have got to understand that as a nation, lethal force used by police departments should be the last response, not the first response. We have got to take a very, very hard look at the so-called war on drugs. Now, what does that mean? What does it mean? It means that over the last 30 years, millions of Americans have received police records for possession of marijuana. Now, scientists and everybody else argues the pluses and minuses of marijuana. We have 4 states and D.C. have legalized marijuana. People disagree with that. All right. But right now, under the Federal Controlled Substance Act, marijuana is listed as a Schedule I drug right next to heroin. That is crazy, and that is why I have introduced legislation to take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. It should not be a federal crime. But when we're talking about drugs, let's deal with another very, very serious issue down in McDowell County, in my state, and all over this country. And let's be clear. We have a major crisis. We have an epidemic of opiate addiction and heroin addiction. I mean, what I heard this morning in McDowell County was that almost all of the crime down there in one way or another was related to drugs. People needing money to feed their habits, going out and stealing and so forth and so on. Now, this is a crisis which we cannot turn away from. We've got to deal with it. But in my view, the most effective way to deal with that is to understand that addiction is a health issue, not a criminal issue. And that means, and this is pretty revolutionary, what it means is that we need to fundamentally change the way we do mental health in America. Right now, we have, as I said, an epidemic of addiction, plus the fact that we have in America many thousands of people who today are walking the streets of cities and towns all across this country who are suicidal and or homicidal. That is a fact. And what we need to do is to make sure that there is treatment available for those people when they need it, not 6 months from now. I have gotten calls in my office, and I'm sure other members of Congress have as well. People calling up and they say, I am worried about my brother, I'm worried about my father, I'm worried about my son. I don't know what he will do to himself or to somebody else. But we cannot find treatment. That's wrong. We need to revolutionize mental health treatment in this country and make treatment available when people need it. This campaign is listening to people whose voices are not often heard. We are listening to our brothers and sisters in the African American community. And they are asking me, how does it happen that we have trillions of dollars to spend on a war in Iraq we never should have gotten into? But somehow we do not have the funds necessary to reinvest in America's inner cities. Why do we have in inner cities 30, 40, 50% unemployment, housing that is unaffordable, schools that are crumbling? We are going to change the priorities of this country, and we're going to invest in those communities. In those communities in rural America, whether it's McDowell County, or urban America, whether it's Detroit, and we're going to create the jobs that those people need and rebuild those communities. This campaign is listening to our brothers and sisters in the Latino community. There are 11 million undocumented workers, 11 million undocumented people in this country, and some of those workers are being exploited today because when you're undocumented, you have no legal rights. In my view, we need comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. This campaign is listening to people whose pain is almost never heard, and that is our brothers and sisters in the Native American community. All of you know that before we became a country, when the first settlers came here, Native American people were lied to, they were cheated, and the treaties they negotiated were broken. And all of you know that we owe the Native American people a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. They have taught us so much, including something that is a lesson we must learn. And that is that we as human beings are part of nature. We have got to live with nature. And if we continue to destroy nature, we are destroying the human species. And that is an invaluable lesson. And yet, despite all they have done for us, you go to the Indian reservations, you go to Native American communities, unemployment, poverty off the charts, suicide rate among young people horrifically high. If elected president, we will change our relationship to the Native American people. And when we talk about environmental issues, Let me mention to you that I am a member of the U.S. Senate Committee on the country and throughout the world. And what the scientists are telling me in an almost unanimous voice, climate change is real, it is caused by human activity,
Imagine the pressure that comes out of those.
You got hit by a yellow one, you wouldn't be around anymore.
That's true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
It knocked you out of the orbit.
I forgot to tell you, I'm streaming this live, so anything that you say is going to be picked up on our.
Starting when?
Huh?
Starting when?
Right now. I just came up like 30 seconds ago. Okay. So if you can go over and give me a little spiel about what happened, just stand over like.
Hey, listen to me real quick. This is going to be more about safety. The Phoenix Fire Department has their equipment out here, so I want him to link up with the captain. Hey, Chip, you got a minute? I want him to link up with the captain. He's going to go over some safety stuff with them, and then we can worry about sound and stuff, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, how's it going?
We're good. How are you?
Good, thanks.
What's your name?
Name's Andy.
Andy, I'm Chip.
Chip.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, good to meet you.
All right.
So I'm going up with you.
Perfect. Perfect. This is the game plan. We'll just get them up there. If you can talk to my guys, let them know exactly where you want to go. They'll let you know what our limitations are. But I think right now our truck's as stable as it's going to get. We'll be able to work straight out of the back of the truck and shouldn't have any problems.
Fantastic. You guys have no idea. You guys are so great coming out here. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for your help.
Anything we do to help you out.
And this thing goes pretty far out there.
Yeah.
This thing goes way out there. Okay, perfect.
How long is this?
If I get too close, I'm taking pictures of him.
Okay.
If I get too close,
perfect.
Just tell me.
Yes, sir.
I'll back off.
No worries.
This is the guy that called us too.
Awesome.
This is the guy that found it.
We're going to have you stand back here so we can give you that opportunity.
So the cat's actually been up there in the tree for roughly 3 days or so. They spotted him her about 3 days ago. You can tell it's a female more than likely because she's a tortie, and she's been spending the last 3 nights crying, meowing, hungry, dehydrated, the whole 9 yards. And supposedly, and with these high winds, and with tomorrow coming, tomorrow's supposed to be thunderstorms, lightning, rain. So we're trying to get her out before it gets too bad.
I can barely see her up there.
Yeah, she's I believe now she's more towards the center of the pond, but she's been sort of moving back and forth.
All right, let's do your job.
Thank you.
Remember that's on.
Is there a zoom on this? I wonder where the zoom is.
This way.
Okay, gotcha. Great, because I want to get a zoom of that cat up there too. And I got to be back here so I can zoom in.
Okay, so do you guys want anything?
What you just about to do.
Okay, so right now I'm going up with the fire department here. I'm taking some of my equipment up with me. I'm following their rules, doing everything they want me to do, and they're going to go by my instruction too, as far as where the cat is and how we're going to get to it. And we're going to try to get this cat out of here safe and sound. And she doesn't seem feral, so I'm hoping, but this is never easy because a cat is a wild animal. So every time you get up there, you never know which direction it's going to go and how they're going to react. So.
And could you just set up so we, in case we keep that catch on camera, who else would be attracted here today?
So I didn't expect it, but right now we've got multiple news stations. I believe 12, Fox, 5. Everybody's here, and and we got a helicopter up ahead too. So. It's a pretty big deal right now, but it's exciting for us too because these guys need the attention. They need people to know that they need us. So I love it when everybody joins together and they all take part and you know, educate and learn about these kind of situations and what's going on. So it's very exciting to me. Very excited. Which side do you want me to go around the other side with them or?
This buck, I'm gonna go with you.
Oh, perfect. I'm going to grab my gear and everything for the bucket, if that's okay. Oh yeah, if you want to. That way, I don't know if anybody's going to bump into it or anything, but.
Up there with you?
Yeah.
Cool, if you want to get up there and then I'll hand it to you.
Oh yeah, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You just get up into the actual bucket and we'll give it to you.
And you can walk around here.
Around this side?
Hang on to things. Step up with you.
Hey, how's it going? Good. All right, and you want to hand this up right here? All right, I got it. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I hope this isn't too much up here.
No, man.
All right. Oh yeah, I can see her right there. These would really come in handy with cruelty investigations.
With what?
With cruelty investigations, seeing to people's backyards for water and shelter.
Yeah, yeah, no shit.
Yeah, this would be great. Cover a whole neighborhood.
There's some good water right there, full of ponds.
Oh, I got to keep that in mind. See, there she is right there, that little girl. Okay, so it looks like our problem is going to be working our way through these palms, right?
Now, once you get a hold of this cat, is it going to go berserk?
I don't know yet. She doesn't. She's not acting feral. I personally think she's a house cat.
Okay.
Because most ferals right now are freaking out and hissing and spitting already, but she's just meowing. So I think she's going to work it. I'm going to have this net ready so when I grab her, we can get her. Oh, hey, baby, it's okay. Hey, heads up, everybody.
Coming down with some palm frogs.
Look out.
Yeah, we're good. They just moved to the back side.
Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about with the spikes on these palms.
Yeah, they'll cut you up good.
Yeah, nobody's under the palm, right?
No, we're good, man.
All right.
Hey, brother, I think we're. Yeah.
Okay, let's see if I can. We're gonna have to get a little creative here. She's not coming to us just yet. So let me see if I can kind of get her to come back around this side.
You want me to try to tap? Want me to try to tap over here to the left?
Oh yeah, if we can get her to come back to this side. This is the side I want her on, but she's starting to panic just a little bit. I'm hoping she doesn't. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here, baby. Sounds like she's getting low on the other side. Oh, there she is. There she's right. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Okay, is there any way to come out this way a little bit? Like
forward or just say straight directional? Forward to the right?
To the right, just a little bit. Oh, wait. Okay, and then I guess straight back in right there, sort of let's try to go straight back into the, there we go. Okay, and then go left back into the tree. There she is.
Just a little bit. Hey, you know what? I think you're good right there, brother.
Yeah, this looks pretty good.
Let me clear this out for you.
Hey, baby. Hey, don't jump, baby. Don't jump. Okay, come here. Come here, baby. Come here. Oh, yeah, she's hissing a little bit. Can you watch that? Can you pop that trap open, or the crate open for me? I'm gonna try to grab her over her head and shoulders and get her over here.
It's all right, kitty. It's okay, kitty. You good, bro?
Yeah, we need to go in just, can we go in just a little bit more? Towards the tree?
He really can't.
Oh, that's okay, that's okay. She's going back around to the other side.
Here, man, I think you can get it right here, cuz.
Oh, you see her?
Seriously, yeah, right there, I got her.
Oh, yeah, all right. Oh, she's, okay.
Right there.
Perfect. Ah. Come here, babies, come here. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Yeah. Come here, baby. Come here, baby.
Oh, you got it right there, bro.
Oh,
No,
I don't, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna pull over real quick. Come here, baby, come here.
Right. Go to your right.
Come here,
Go
come
to
here.
your right.
Come here. Oh.
That's to your left.
Sorry, man. I wanted to get her up here.
No, you're all right. Good job, bro.
Okay, I got her scruffed. Can you open up? There we go. Okay, ready? Try to get her in there. Come here, baby, come here. There we go. Okay, come here,
cat.
Come here. No, okay, close it. Okay, all right.
Good job, well done.
Yeah, just hold the top down. I'm gonna try to slide this out.
Go ahead. You want to wait till we get down, bro?
Yeah, if you want to, that way she doesn't jump.
Pull that thing out. It's fine. It's not going anywhere.
Okay, can you put a little pressure?
I got
Okay.
it. Yep. Slide it out.
Okay, let me get this down here. There we go. We got her. There you go, baby.
Yeah, what I was saying was he can't swing it because when you're extended, your bucket is gonna. You think you're gonna move it 6 inches? It's actually gonna come over about 3 or 4 feet.
That makes so. Yeah, I noticed because
and then once you collide with like a tree like that or a wall, then it actually compromises the back end of the ladder.
Oh, so if he even attempted to get a little closer, it could have slammed right into the side.
Right.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
And throws people out of the bucket.
I mean, even though these are the top, most qualified guys in the Phoenix Fire Department you're dealing with.
Can you imagine somebody controlling this though? They didn't know what they were doing.
No,
I mean that.
You'd be in a world of. You'd have a bunch of problems.
We got her though, guys. Yeah, she's been up there a while. She's been sitting in her own urine and feces for probably the last 3 or 4 days. Problem was too, when I got her, I couldn't tell necessarily how I had her, but if you let her go at that point, she's jumping. And if she jumps, that's a long drop.
I'm gonna get decent. How was that, Chip? Smooth?
That was right. I couldn't cut her right because I was right into the tree and I was like, I don't know which way to go here, so sorry about that.
No, dude.
We got her. She doesn't seem that bad either. She's not hissing, attacking, she's just scared.
Yeah, you choked the shit out of her.
I had it, for the most part, I was able to get her luckily over to here and get her scruffed, but yeah, I was but the problem was too, I couldn't let her go, she would have fallen. So I was scared to actually drop her.
Engine 19, engine 8, engine person, Fly Harbor Airport Terminal 4, engine 19, feedback 8.
Oh yeah, there you go. Stand by. Right there.
Yeah. We got her.
Good job.
Yeah, and I was terrified of dropping her. I was like, I got her, I can't let her go, I'll drop her, you know what I mean? So I was like, it was terrifying.
Yeah, we can go out this way, brother. Well, we don't have a set of stairs over here, cuz.
Yeah, I don't think we're able to get down on this side, right? All right, I'm gonna toss. Okay, I'm tossing my...
Yeah, we just right now the Humane Society, Gallo, just rescued the cat out of the tree with Ladder 20's assistance. They got the bucket perfectly in place. He was allowed to get a snare around the cat, prevent the cat from jumping down about 40 feet, saved the cat's life. Thanks to Ladder 20, the Phoenix Fire Department, Humane Society, job well done.
Couldn't have done it without these guys. All the stuff we were looking at, all the stuff we couldn't get through without coming in like they were able to get us, we would not have been able to get this cat. So thanks to these guys for getting us up there safely and getting this cat down. All right.
He'll assist you down. Just watch your step, brother.
All right.
And I'll hand you down your snare, your net, and then this iPad.
Okay, perfect. Don't drop the iPad.
Where is the snare?
Yeah. Oh, here I can hand you the handle.
Where's your snare at?
Oh, I already handed it down. I handed to Chip.
Here, I'll hand
I think.
it.
All right. And I'll just forget about you. That was a pretty cold move, man. I apologize for that.
Hey, Gallo, the closer you are, the more that sound will pick up.
What's that?
The closer you are to the cat, the more natural sound will pick up.
Hey, baby. Thank you guys, man. I really appreciate it.
These guys are the ones, huh?
Yeah, that was amazing, guys. Thank you so much for getting us up there. She's been up there for days, 3 days at least. You're okay, girl. You're okay, baby.
So what next?
So my next move is she's really freaked out. She's very scared. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get her loaded on my truck. I'm gonna take as close a look as I can to her, but she looks like she's doing good right now. So I'm gonna rush her back to our shelter, to our Second Chance Trauma Hospital, where they can take a little bit of a closer look, get some fluids in her. They can get her all fixed up and they can get her out. So right now, my goal is to get her back to the hospital where they can take a look and get her feeling better.
And
So
which truck is yours? I'm gonna get over here and get the switch.
thank you guys. I'm telling you, without you guys. Hold on one second. I'm sorry.
Can you give it a couple of comments to the Phoenix Fire Department?
Yeah, thank you. Phoenix Fire, thank you. Every time I've called you, you've always been there. You've always helped out. I don't think there's been a single time that I've been on a call that I needed you guys and you guys couldn't show. You guys have been there every time.
And we thank you for taking care of what you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Always appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one. It's okay, baby. It's okay. It's okay.
How'd you do with that wind?
Yeah, the wind was getting rough up there. The problem I had was I couldn't get a good angle and I couldn't see her. She was around the back of the palm and I was trying to get her to rotate around, but she refused to come to our side. So what I had to do was I got I was able to get my pole around to try to hook her a little bit. And once I got her, she tried to jump. Like she left the tree. So it was almost like a catcher and a rescue at the same time. It was getting pretty dicey up there, you know what I mean? So when I got her, I brought her back to the bucket as fast as I could, got her loaded into the crate as fast as we could. She was actually doing pretty good until we got to the kennel, the cage here, and then she just panicked. But we were able to, she looks great. She doesn't look like she has any injuries. You can tell she's panting a little bit, so she's a little dehydrated, she's a little hot. But I've got great air blasting in the back of this. So once I get her back to our second chance, she's not feral. She's not, I mean, you can see I'm petting her, I'm touching her. She's not panicking, she's not hissing, she's not swatting. She's just very, very scared. So you can see her panting. When a cat starts to pant, you know it's serious, because cats don't pant unless they're really kind of elevating there. Right. And my thing is she's so scared right now. If I try to crack this open and and put my hands on her, she's gonna dart. She's gonna panic and she's gonna run. So I'm gonna keep her in this. I'm gonna keep the air blasting on her. I might get some water and see if I can get a little bit in there.
Yeah, we'll get a close-up shot on her.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just keep talking though.
And then I'm gonna get her back to our Second Chance Animal Hospital and get her treated. If you want to do that, I'm gonna get a little bit of water and see if I can get some water on her and cool her off a little bit. Yeah, she's thirsty, and I can't open the crate, but I can at least get something into the crate for her. So I feel like if I open the crate now, she's just gonna panic, especially being this close to my truck, you know? Yeah, oh yeah, 2 seconds. And you work with animal rescues, you know. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to get her a little bit of water through the crate. Oh,
fine. I didn't talk to you as well.
That's okay. What's that? Yeah, if you want to, I'm just gonna try to stick just a little bit of water in there.
What do you got there?
So I got a line with a little bit of fluids in it, if you want to hold that up there for me. And so what I'm going to do is, since I can't open the crate to get to her, I'm going to try to give her a little bit of fluids through the crate, just wet her down a little bit, try to cool off her core temperature, see if she wants a little bit. The other thing is cats, obviously everyone knows, they know cats hate water, right? So I'm trying not to scare her worse than she already is, but I have to get her cooled off a little bit, and she won't let me open it up. So I'm going to try to get her just a little bit of water, and to me it's almost a little bit more important to cool her off. There you go, sweetie. There you go, baby. A little bit more important to cool her off than it is that she's, you know, nervous or scared. So I'm just going to try to get her a little bit wet here. There you go, baby. There you go. You want some? There you go. You want to drink a little bit? I'll get her paws a little bit wet if I'm able to. I'm going to wet down the towel. Just try to really kind of drop the temperature inside of here and with her. And I'd like to do more. I'd like to be able to get maybe sub-Q some fluids. I'd like to be able to, but if I open this, she's going to take off. So there she goes, just drinking a little bit. There you go. See how she's drinking that? There you go, baby. There you go. How's that? Is that better? Oh, sorry. This isn't easy, by the way. This is Am I running out of fluids back there? I'm sorry, sweetie.
Almost out.
Okay, so, and what I may try to do, if possible, I'm going to try to get, if I can crack it for 2 seconds without her getting out, or maybe this other side here, I'm going to see if maybe I can get a small bowl, maybe a little bit of water, and slide it in there with her without her getting out. So let me grab that. Thank you for doing that for me. Everything, yeah, oh yeah, we try to, we come equipped with our catch poles, dog food, cat food, water dishes, water, everything. We keep everything on board. I may even give her a little bit of wet food, something that she can eat, but I need a bowl small enough that trying to see if I've got a.
I can help with trying to contain her in the crate if you like.
Well, if I'm just looking for like a little, maybe a paper towel or something I can slap a little bit of food on. Then I'm going to fill this up with water and keep this in there with her. Yeah, so that would even work. Yeah, just a little something like this.
Yeah, that would work. Get right here. Don't worry about just getting down there.
I was gonna say.
See when you squeeze some of this water on there. You got this thing closed?
Yeah, I've got a water bottle back here too. I'll be able to use. So we'll get a little bit of food in there with her. I'll come back for that. Hey, baby, I know you've been out of there a while, so she's gonna take any chance she can to get out. So I'm just gonna try to open it enough to put a little bit of food in there for her. There she goes. I'm gonna grab a little bit of water, kind of try to put that aside. I'll use the same can because it's smaller. And we'll let her get something to eat and drink and kind of try to recoup a little bit. Let's get a little bit of water. Oh, she's hungry. Come here, baby. I'm not going to put too much food in their forks. I don't want to get her sick or anything, so I'm going to let her eat what she's got before I get her into the hospital. She's been up there a while, you can tell.
How much food?
Just a small can. I'm not sure when that's actually the can that I use full of food, and then I just use it to fill up with water.
It's all gone now.
Yeah, she ate it quick. I'm worried if I give her too much food because she's been up there so long that she may regurgitate or vomit, and I don't want her throwing up or anything, so I'm going to give her just a little bit now, a little bit of water, and then when we get her back, they may get some fluids in her and see. She's more into the food, but she got a good drink of water with that line I had, so she's already, you can tell, she's already doing a little better. She's more comfortable.
Perfect. Thanks so much for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, the microphone. Go ahead. Yeah, I think I already got it.
Got what you need. Is everybody happy with what? I'm just joking.
Very happy.
Good. That was a great rescue. I love when fire.
Yeah, don't mess with mine. It's mine right here.
Yours is the pink one. Yeah.
Just pull all that out.
It's nice to have your own color. That makes it a little easier. Yeah, because especially I've never had more than one microphone stuck to me though.
Is that right? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. If you need anything, let me know.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's your fire rate.
Stick this in your pocket.
So this has been an interesting creation.
Run this up your shirt. If you don't know. I don't have a wind screen, so. You got this.
Where is it? Here. Whoops, I almost had it. There you go.
All right. Just right there is good. Want to get the cat in the background? Is that okay?
You want me over here?
Yeah, just right here. Let's get your name.
Larry Pyle.
Spell your name.
Larry, L-A-R-Y. Last name, Pyle. P-Y-L-E.
All right, just from the top. I mean, whatever you. Just talk about your experience.
Cat was found 3 nights ago in the tree, meowing. We spotted it with a flashlight, and then we brought our binoculars out during daylight hours and proved the cat was there. And then we put this all together from Facebook with Animal Control's wife and us. We got it all moving, and this is how it happened. Once they were known that the cat was in the tree, fire department got involved and saved the cat.
Happy ending.
Very happy ending.
You live here?
Yes. A block away.
Do you know whose cat it is?
No, it's a neighborhood cat, I'm pretty sure, because it's not feral.
Yeah.
It's a real friendly cat.
Have you experienced anything like this before?
No. This is new.
Fire department did a great job.
Very good job. We worked with Animal Control for years, and this is the first time I ever rescued a cat from being stuck in a tree.
You say you guys were on Facebook. Talk about that.
Yeah, it was posted on Facebook to get people involved, to find people that could get up there and get the cat down. We didn't have the means to retrieve the cat, so we had to locate people, and that's what it all got going from that. Snowballed.
What's the cat's name?
We don't know that.
You haven't named him yet?
Kitty.
Snowball, baby?
Yeah, Snowball, there you go.
And your name again, sir?
Larry Pyle, P-Y-L-E.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Done with me?
Yeah.
Cool. First time I ever did it. I've never done an interview before.
Well, you never know how you're going to get interviewed, right?
Trying to get this out of here. A little bit terrified.
Put that on my phone. That's it. That's not mine. Yeah, I'm coming down on the
You do it. It's nice to meet you. Okay. Get halfway through.
Attention to the gallery, no cell phone pictures.
He is.
Thank you.
Thank you, y'all. Can we see?
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Tyler. Hey, Bob. Mr. Marcel, how you doing? Jerry, Stephanie. Okay. All right. Okay, we're just going to be here just for a moment so we could discuss bond conditions that I want to place on this case. Mr. Manziel, you know my job as judge is just to make sure that you get a fair shot at the process. Okay, that's one of the jobs that I have now as judge. My other job as judge is just to make sure that everybody in the case stays safe. So that includes yourself and Miss Crowley as well. Okay. So I'm going to issue 2 conditions of bond. The first is I'm going to order that you have no contact with Ms. Crowley. Okay. So by no contact, what I mean by that is that you can't call her, you can't text her, you can't email her, you can't send her any letters or go to where she's at. Okay. Sure. I'm going to add to that, and I'm not suggesting that you are doing these things or that you would even consider doing these things, but I'm just going to add that you can't try to follow her or do anything like that. All right. Sure. The responsibility of following this part of my order is on you. Okay. So it would not be. Sometimes I hear from guys who say, "Well, you know, she called me first. You know, I'm just responding to a text, things like that." Responding to something that she initiated to you would not be an excuse to not follow my order. Okay. Sure. So you're an adult. You're a grown man. You can choose who you speak to on the phone, who you answer the door for, things of that nature. Okay. Is there any reason that you would need contact with Ms. Crowley at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. The second condition I'm going to put on you is that you cannot possess any firearms. All right. Do you own any firearms?
No, sir.
Okay. Wherever you are living, are there firearms in the home? Does somebody else have firearms in the home?
No.
Okay. All right. Bob, would you hand this to Mr. Manziel? Mr. Manziel, this is it's an affidavit that basically just says exactly what you just told me, that you don't own any firearms, you don't live anywhere where there are firearms. Okay, so if you just sign that there at the bottom,
Sure.
we'll make sure that that stays on file.
You want me to get it filed, Mark?
We'll take care of it for you. Thank you.
You betcha.
Okay. Are there any questions for me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then you'll have a good day. And I'll talk to your lawyers about your next court sitting, all right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Court
Ron.
is adjourned.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Shi?
Thank you, Ron.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
No, no, it's not. It's not that unless I separate it, sometimes it makes it easy for me to okay. Yeah, but if you'll sign it today that you got it, I'll give you a good chance to open, make sure that you can see it.
You need?
Yeah, sure.
Approach? Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? My mother would have been 100 years old today.
Right. Oh, I know. They're always going to want to do that. But, ultimately, they'll come to me. And so, it is a technical standard procedure to basically twist the arm and start paying money. So, I mean, he could start making it out some of his situations. So, I can't refund money. Right. Right. Yeah. No, exactly. No, once you pay it, no, it's gone. So, I mean, ultimately, that's why I say about 60 or 30 months. So after that, we should have some amount. About the total. Yeah, he should set it up. I mean, he should go through that process. Yes, I would concentrate, even probation. I mean, ultimately, it's going to pay it off unless I give it Yes. I just want to make sure. Okay, yeah, absolutely.
All right, Kinsey here. I'm sitting in for Samia for a minute. I have 2 shot, 1 dead at High Point High School in Beltsville. Let's see. One person has died and another is injured after a shooting on school grounds at High Point High School in Beltsville, Maryland. Fire and rescue officials say a spokesperson for Prince George's County Fire and EMS said 1 person died at the scene and another was taken to the hospital. So that is people tweeting Hillary Clinton saying this is a gun-free zone. Again, 2 shot, 1 dead, and not a lot more information surrounding it. The Fox affiliate, though, is reporting that there were 2 shot, others only reporting 1, and 1 reported dead.
Again, you're looking at live aerials of the school shooting that took place in Maryland. Again, live aerials coming in from Maryland. High Point High School, Beltsville, Maryland. We're hearing reports that 1 person was killed, a total of 2 people shot, 1 person killed, 1 person wounded. Don't have a lot more information right now. Again, this is information coming from our Fox affiliate in Washington, D.C. There's very limited information right now. 1 person died at the scene, another person taken to the hospital. We know reporters are on the ground. These are live aerials coming in from our Washington, D.C. Sky Fox chopper. Again, one person dead, 2 people shot. School shooting. Don't have a lot more information right now, but these are live aerials coming in courtesy of our Fox affiliate in Washington, D.C. All right, guys, more details. Right now, they're reporting that the one person dead is an adult. Now, they do describe an adult as anyone 18 years of age or older, so we do not know whether that adult is a staff member, faculty, parent, or if the one person killed was a student who happened to be 18 years old. We do know, though, that according to what we're seeing on Twitter, reports from reporters at the scene, one person killed, one adult dead, another person injured. No word on the suspect in this high school shooting in Maryland. And guys, I'm working to get you guys more information, but we have very limited information regarding this situation right now. We do know that 2 people were shot, 1 person killed. Working to get you guys any new information we can. We are hearing now that that a spokesman said that the wounded person in the high school suffered non-life-threatening injuries. So the second person shot is expected to survive. 1 person killed, 1 wounded at a high school in Maryland after an individual opened fire. No word yet regarding the suspect in this high school shooting. Alright guys, now that officials have spoken, we're getting some new information regarding this shooting in a suburban DC school. Now they're describing it as a domestic shooting. Again, this is according to Twitter. One official saying that one person was killed, another person wounded. The wounded person suffered injuries that are not believed to be life-threatening. Again, this school shooting took place today at High Point High School in Beltsville, Maryland. And according to a tweet I read from a news source, they're describing it as a domestic situation. And now I'm just seeing another tweet come in from a news station out there. Victims in High Point High School shooting believed to be between 40 and 50 years old. Again, it appears that students were not involved in this shooting at a high school. We're learning that the victims in this High Point High School shooting were believed to be between the ages of 40 and 50 years old, and it was described as some sort of domestic situation. Again, one person dead, one person wounded in a shooting that took place at a high school in Maryland. Alright guys, we're now getting live aerials of a construction worker trapped in a trench. It's a pretty crazy situation, a construction worker trapped in a trench in Texas. We'll be switching to that momentarily. In the meantime, I'm going to just recap what we're looking at. We're looking at live aerials coming in from the high school where one person was killed, 2 people shot, 1 person killed, 1 person wounded, believed to be a domestic situation. The victims between the ages of 40 and 50, according to authorities. No additional information right now. This was in Beltsville, Maryland, a suburb of Washington, D.C. We're now going to go live to a, oops, sorry, I apologize in case I ruined your hearing. We're looking at a live feed where a construction worker was trapped in a trench. A live feed of a construction worker trapped in a trench. They're working to rescue this construction worker trapped in a trench in Irving, Texas. All right, guys, you're looking at live aerials of the rescue of a construction worker trapped in a trench in Irving, Texas.
All right, so I am checking on Twitter to get some sort of update or some sort of additional information on these aerials we're getting out of Irving, Texas. There is an individual trapped in a trench. Look at all of the people that are on board to rescue him or her. Let's see here. Going to check WFAA's Twitter feed to see if they have any updates on this story. Oh wow, here's some interesting stuff. Okay, Irving, Texas. This is from the Fire Marshal Derek Austin at, let's see, the Irving, Texas Fire Department responded to a man trapped in a trench at 2110 Ridgewood Street. The first emergency personnel were on scene. There were 16 pieces of emergency equipment sent to this scene. There was one injury to a civilian and no injuries to first responders. There are unknown fatalities on scene. Additional comments: Rescue Team 6, M1 with TRT, Copel Fire Department Trench Team, Water Department with truck vacuum. Care Flight responded to the scene, and obviously we've lost our chopper, but I can show you this photo here. Here's kind of a ground view of that trench incident right there, and that this is Irving Fire sent this photo in to one of the local stations. So that's Fire Care of Irving photo, but there is a man trapped in this trench. Let me see what else I can find here. All right, so this posted 12 minutes ago from WFAA TV. 2 hours later, crews continue effort to rescue worker alive. So this has been going on for over 2 hours now. All right, we're gonna go back to the school shooting and see if I can find any additional information on that too. One dead, one wounded in shooting outside of High Point High School in Beltsville, MD. One person is dead and one is wounded in a shooting outside of High Point High School in Beltsville Thursday afternoon. Police said the shooting happened shortly before 5 p.m. Regular classes were over at 2:30, according to reports. Brad Bell, ABC7's Brad Bell reports that the shooting does not appear to be student-related. All the people involved are adults. It might be domestic in nature. The shooting is no longer active. All right, now I'm going to take you to this Holocaust Remembrance Day ceremony out of Washington, D.C. Thanks so much for watching us here on Fox 10 News Now. You can tweet me throughout. I am Kinsey Fox 10.
National colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Ron Dermer of the State of Israel.
Chairman Bernstein, Secretary Pritzker, Senators, members of Congress, fellow ambassadors, World War II veterans, and above all, the survivors and their families who are here today. We are gathered here to remember the murder of 6 million Jews and the murder of 1.5 million Jewish children. To remember that a civilization capable of producing a Gutenberg, a Kant, and a Beethoven was also capable of producing a Goebbels, a Mengele, and a Hitler. To remember that the same leaders who sent brave soldiers to liberate Buchenwald also turned away desperate refugees aboard the St. Louis. To remember both the righteous among the nations and the willing executioners. 71 years after the Holocaust, the task of remembering should not be difficult. 7 decades is not long enough for ghettos and rail cars, let alone death camps and crematoria, to fade from our collective memory. But what has largely been forgotten is the powder keg of hatred that preceded the violence against the Jews of Europe. A powder keg that had been filled to the brim by the vilification and slandering of the Jews throughout the ages. For more than 2 millennia, the Jew was typecast as the enemy of mankind. We were depicted as the poisoners of wells, the spreaders of plague, the murderers of children, even the murderers of God. No doubt, a combustible mix of national, economic, and social factors in 1930s Germany helped light the fuse. But without that powder keg of hatred, such a lethal explosion would never have been possible. And while this horrific explosion has been seared into our collective consciousness, the powder keg of hatred has been largely forgotten. We have forgotten that anti-Semitism did not begin in Nazi Germany. We have forgotten that this hatred has transcended time and space, faiths, and cultures. We have forgotten the names Khmelnytsky and Torquemada, much less Manitou and Melito. We have forgotten what happened over 2,000 years ago in Alexandria, or what happened 1,000 years ago in Fez and in Worms. Ladies and gentlemen, the irony is that the Holocaust is the main reason we have forgotten. Because of its unprecedented scale and scope, because of its unfathomable premeditation and unimaginable cruelty, the Holocaust has been a blinding sun, blocking out the many stars of anti-Semitism that have littered the skies of the Jewish people's history. But we must never forget, because just as hatred of the Jews did not begin with the Holocaust, hatred of the Jews did not end with the Holocaust. For a time, this was not fully understood. For a half-century after Auschwitz, it was politically incorrect to openly hate Jews, at least in the civilized world. But those days are over. Hating Jews is fashionable once again. You can see it in the FBI statistics, which show that of all the anti-religious hate crimes in America, 57% are perpetrated against Jews. But you can also see it in how the old hatred of the Jewish people has become a new hatred of the Jewish state. The slanderous depiction of Israel as an apartheid state, as a perpetrator of genocide, once again casts the Jews as the enemy of mankind. And once again, these lies are believed not just by the ignorant, but also by the educated. As statements by the Swedish foreign minister and Facebook posts of British parliamentarians can attest. Just last week, a former mayor of London even declared Hitler a supporter of Zionism. Only in the sickest of minds can a monster who was dedicated to annihilating the Jews be declared a friend of the national movement that was established to save the Jews. Ladies and gentlemen, the painful truth is that the return of anti-Semitism as a force in the world should surprise no one. It is simply a return to the historic norm. Sadly, the aberration was the few decades after the Holocaust when anti-Semitism was taboo. But while this age-old hatred has returned, this time things are different. This time, the Jewish people are no longer a stateless and powerless people. The founders of Zionism hoped that the establishment of Israel would end anti-Semitism. They believed that anti-Semitism persisted in the modern world because the Jews were a minority everywhere and a majority nowhere. They believed that the Jews would be treated like all the nations if the Jews had a state like all the nations. Today, this belief has ironically been flipped on its head. At the turn of the 20th century, many believed that the cause of anti-Semitism was that the Jews did not have a state. At the turn of the 21st century, many people believe that the cause of anti-Semitism is that the Jews do have a state. A century ago, the call of the anti-Semites was Jews, go to Palestine. Today, the call of the anti-Semites is Jews, get out of Palestine. Ladies and gentlemen, the establishment of Israel is neither the cure for nor the cause of anti-Semitism. But the establishment of Israel did give the Jewish people the ability to fight back against anti-Semitism. It gave the Jewish people a voice among the nations to fight slander with truth. And more important, it gave the Jewish people the ability to defend themselves when the powder keg of hatred inevitably erupts into violence. So on this solemn day, let us remember those who perished in the Holocaust and the horrors that they and the survivors endured. But let us also remember that powder keg of hatred. Let us be grateful that the Jews are once again a sovereign nation. And let us be grateful that Isaiah's ancient promise is coming true. Ve'yatzah choter migeza yishad. From the stump of Jesse has come forth a shoot that now rooted in its ancient soil is growing stronger and stronger and is more determined than ever to secure the Jewish future. Yehi zichram baruch.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sarah Bloomfield, Director of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum.
Thank you, Ambassador Dermer. Elie Wiesel once said that the museum is not an answer, it is a question. So too with the Holocaust, and there are endless questions. How could so many torture and kill? Why did so few help? What enabled the victims to cope? The experience of the victims is unimaginable, but imagine we must. True understanding is not possible.
I am going to cut to some breaking
perhaps
news I'm
we
getting
can-
on my feed. I will return to this shortly.
Hey everybody, thank y'all so much for what a wonderful reception. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. And how lucky are we to be right here tonight in Charleston, West Virginia, where Donald Trump is in the house. Mark mentioned that I'm a fifth generation businessman from Southern West Virginia, and I do tend to look at the problems that we face in government through that business prism. And so I look at the things that we face in our state right now, and what's the most important thing? We need to put our people back to work. We need jobs. We need jobs. We need to put our miners back to work. So how can we do that? Well, there's a few things we can do. We can get government out of the way. This overweighted bureaucracy that gets in the way all the time. We got to cut all those rates. We got to cut bureaucracy. We need to make sure that government isn't in the way. What else do we have? We have budget issues. We need to right-size our government. We need to make sure that we run this state properly and make sure that your dollars, the taxpayers' dollars, are properly invested. So what are we looking at? Does it sound a little bit like what we face in our nation's capital? Are we spending money that we don't have? $19 trillion in debt? Do we need to put Americans back to work? Do we need to get government out of the way? So I'll tell you, there's a lot of reasons that I'm supporting Donald Trump. You know, let me go back right to the first. He's the one candidate that kept circling back and talking about the importance of our fossil fuels, of our natural gas, and particularly our coal industry. He's the one guy, and he kept coming back to it and back to it. Incidentally, tonight is his first major speech since becoming the presumptive, I don't like the word presumptive, but becoming the Republican nominee for President of the United States. And he came to Charleston, West Virginia to make this most incredible, most important speech. If you watch Tuesday night, 2 days ago, in his speech in New York City, and it was right after Senator Cruz suspended his campaign, Donald Trump came on and he said not once, not twice, not 3 times, but at least 4 or 5 times, we will put our West Virginia miners back to work. And make no mistake about it. If Hillary Clinton is our next president, it will be the 3rd term of Barack Obama. She has coal in her gun sights. We must send Donald Trump to Washington, D.C. to be the next president of the United States. One other reason, quickly, there's many reasons, but one other reason that comes to mind quickly. I genuinely believe that this is a man that's in it for the right reasons. This isn't a political gain for him. He could be doing a whole lot of better things with his life, I'm sure, but the man cares. And I believe genuinely that he'll go to Washington, he'll make the tough decisions, the heavy lifts, the things that we got to get done to fix what's broken in Washington, and he'll do it with total disregard to political fallout. He'll do it because it's the right reason. He'll do it because it's the right reason, not worried about some poll, and is this going to get me a 2nd term? He's going to go up there and he'll get this job done. He's a business guy. He thinks like a business guy. He will surround himself with bright people and then put them out and tell them, go get the job done. I know this man is going to make America great again. Folks, you don't think I can have this podium and not talk about me running for governor for just 1 minute. I look at the things, thank you. I look at the things that I believe Donald Trump brings. And I'm that business guy too. I'm the one that will go in and make the tough decisions, irregardless of a second term. I'm not a career politician. I am a one-term state senator. At the end of my term, I'm either Citizen Cole or I'm Governor Cole, and I hope that you'll help me become Governor Cole, because we need to make this state great again, and we can do it. We can do it, and we can do it with a president like Donald Trump leading from the front and helping our state again to greatness. Thank you all very, very much.
Let me tell you, that guy's a natural-born leader. He's exactly who we need as governor. So I ask you to vote for him on election day. He'll be a tremendous governor as we move forward here in West Virginia. I got to tell you, there's just some people I want to introduce, because we're running out of time here before the person you really want to hear speak comes to talk to you. But I also want to point out Mother's Day's on Sunday. So for all of you folks who might have forgot Mother's Day, I got to tell you that the most important people in my life, my daughter Isabella Grace Stewart and Audrey Francis Stewart, and my wife Katrina Stewart, they're in the back. But I want them to hear that I at least honored them with you guys clapping and applauding and saying Happy Mother's Day to my wife. That's not loud enough. I want to introduce one final person here that I got to tell you, it's a real honor to introduce him. I think you all know him quite well. His wife, Liz Racy, John Racy, who's right back here, would be a tremendous United States Senator right now, by the way. And he's a tremendous leader. You will not find more generous folks in the state of West Virginia than John and Liz Racy. No more generous. The stories I hear of them and your generosity, you don't tell these stories very well. I think you're a boxer a bit, like you like to counterpunch. Donald Trump likes to counterpunch. But it's a real honor to bring to the stage John Racy.
Hey, good evening. How good was Tuesday night for everybody here, huh? We won one. I think what happened on Tuesday night was one of the greatest things that has ever happened to the Democratic and the Republican Party. Both parties, they got a message, didn't they? That America is going to rise again. West Virginia is going to rise again. And it goes to our common sense of what makes capitalism and free enterprise work. It's called energy. Number one, without energy, I think there's a certain woman that is running for president right now that doesn't like that word, but without energy, we don't have capitalism, we don't have manufacturing, we don't have production. We don't have anything. And that's a common core. The cornerstones of capitalism are energy and private property, and who is controlling both of those is called the Environmental Protection Agency. Who runs the Environmental Protection Agency? Is it Joe Manchin? No. Is it Barack Obama? You see, the Environmental Protection Agency comes from the executive part of our government. It's run from the executive part of our government. So who's ever the president of the United States runs the EPA. It's that simple. Now we have a choice, don't we? We can turn it over to a leftist Marxist named Hillary Clinton, or we can turn it over to one of the greatest businessmen in the history of the United States, Donald Trump. That's our choice. That's our choice. Government doesn't create jobs. Let me say that again. Government never creates jobs. What Hillary wants to do is give our miners relief. I want to give Hillary some relief. And when we do that in November, there's a whole new ball game in West Virginia, I can tell you right now. Donald Trump has signed the front of a check. He's one of those guys, I know a few of them around, that we go out and we make the speculation. We take the challenges. We take the risk. And how are we rewarded? With government down our backs. It has gone to a tension right now that's overboard. It won't work anymore. We have an opportunity, and probably our last opportunity, right now. We are past the 11th hour, and you heard Governor Cole talk a little bit about the ills and the ails of the state of West Virginia. That's not going to cease unless you and I do our jobs coming up in November. We have 6 months to do our job, and it can be done. This is an extremely winnable race. With Hillary's statements on coal, we can win West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, North Carolina, Virginia, and Michigan, and Indiana. It's over. It is over. Those states make it over, and they know it. They know it. What are we going to do now? We're going to elect somebody that has the capitalism, the experience, the business, the mechanism to make America great again. Thank you very much.
So folks, we're really close here. I mean, tremendous remarks. And that simple slogan, make America great again, right? Ronald Reagan's slogan, that's what we all know we need to do. But I want to point to this again, make sure we still have work in the White House, and that partner is Donald J. Trump. He'll be there for us in thick and thin. He'll help us build our jobs, and he'll help us build our state. And there's no better way to leave you right now until Donald Trump comes back here, but let's do it together. Let's say it together. Make America great again. Thank you.
Of the United States of America. They are afraid, West Virginia. They are afraid. They are afraid because the big businesses in Washington, D.C. is about to lose their man called Obama. He is out of here. He is gone. He is never coming back ever again.